Okay, captioner, test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Dude, I'm not seeing captioning. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yes, I see it. Test. Thank you.
Day, but they also have a retreat, so I know we were doing.
the first question. Committee on Education and Labor will come to order. I want to welcome everyone and note that a quorum is present. The committee is meeting today to examine the policies and priorities of the United States Department of Education. Pursuant to Rule 7C, opening statements are limited to the chair and ranking member. This allows us to hear from our witness sooners and provides all members with adequate time to ask questions. I now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Madam Secretary, I want to begin by expressing the committee's appreciation for your time today. The House rules require that each member is allotted full 5 minutes for questioning, and we're grateful that you've allocated sufficient time to uphold that precedent. The Department of Education bears the tremendous responsibility of implementing and enforcing federal laws covering roughly 13,000 school districts and more than 50 million public school students. All of these students deserve an equitable, high-quality public education. That's their right, and it's the responsibility of the Department of Education as well as Congress in partnering with states and localities to make it a reality. Unfortunately, under the President's fiscal 2020 budget, it would be nearly impossible to meet that challenge. At a time when access to education is synonymous with access to opportunity, the President's budget proposes a 12.5% cut in the Department of Education. These cuts are spread across vital programs that serve communities across the country. The budget, for example, weakens Title 1A, support for schools in low-income areas. It eliminates funding for after-school programs and seeks a 40% cut in adult education. The President's proposed cuts to higher education funding are particularly deep. Despite the rising cost of college and increasing burden of student debt, the budget seeks to slash over $200 billion over 10 years from student loan assistance. These cuts will deny countless students the personal growth and economic mobility that comes with a college degree. The budget is more than numbers on a spreadsheet. There's a clear message in those numbers, and regrettably, this is the same message the Department has been sending students, parents, and educators over the past 2 years. Today's hearing is an opportunity to discuss the Department's actions and the justification for those actions under the present leadership. This hearing is especially important given the Department's lack of transparency. The committee's ability to fulfill its oversight function relies on a healthy working relationship with the Department. When we ask reasonable questions, we expect responsive and timely answers, but on multiple occasions across several issues, the Department has refused to answer reasonable questions about its work and failed to provide adequate fact-based justifications for its actions. For example, starting in September 2017, we repeatedly raised questions about the Department's failure to demonstrate effective oversight regarding the implementation of the Every Student Succeeds Act. Specifically, the Department has approved state education plans that violate the law's requirements for schools to measure and address achievement gaps using subgroup performance. We have not yet received a substantive response to address these concerns. In November 2017, we repeatedly asked the Department to answer questions about its refusal to faithfully implement the Borrower's Defense Rule, which has left more than 100,000 defrauded students waiting to restart their lives. We have not received substantive responses to those questions. March 2018, we asked the Department to justify its decision to rescind the Obama-era guidance addressing racial disparities in school discipline. Research has consistently shown that black students, boys, and students with disabilities face harsher discipline for similar offenses as their white peers. Instead of working with schools to correct these disparities, the Department used the tragic school shooting in Parkland, Florida, as a basis to undermine student civil rights protections. By linking disparities in school discipline with school shootings, the Department has sent a terrible message that schools are safer when they discriminate against students of color. The Department has failed to adequately justify its rescission of this guidance. In July 2018, we asked the Department to produce evidence supporting its effort to delay the equity in the IDEA rule. This rule helps students address racial disparities in special education. We have not received a substantive response. In fact, that lack of evidence recently led a U.S. District Court to rule that the delay was arbitrary and capricious and therefore unlawful. In August 2018, we asked the Department to clarify its position on the use of taxpayer funds to arm teachers, which has left a dangerous opening for school districts to use federal education funding to put firearms in classrooms. We've not received a substantive explanation of that position. In November 2018, we've been asking the department to justify its reinstatement of the Accrediting Council for Independent Colleges and Schools, a troubled accreditor for for-profit colleges with a history of propping up low-quality schools. The department reinstated ACICS despite its own analysis that the accreditor had not met two of the required conditions for reinstatement. 2 weeks after the reinstatement, another school, accredited by ACICS, abruptly closed, stranding nearly 20,000 students. We have not received an adequate response to those questions. And in February 2019, we sent multiple inquiries to the department about the apparently inappropriate effort by the Deputy Secretary to halt or influence an Office of Inspector General investigation into the reinstatement of ACICS. This apparent intervention undermines Inspector General's critical role as an independent watchdog. We have not received a substantive response to that inquiry. And over the past 3 months, we've asked the department about its abandoned attempt to replace the acting Inspector General in the department with the department's own acting general counsel, a nearly unprecedented attempt to put a senior department official in a position to police decisions he was personally involved in making. Once again, we haven't received a response to that question. It's only the partial list of actions that your department has failed to justify and questions has refused to answer. Behind each of these unjustified actions and unanswered questions, there are students, parents, educators, and taxpayers across the country who are waiting for answers and only can speculate as to the reason behind the actions. They deserve to know why the department is not acting in the best interest, faithfully executing the law, or taking seriously the federal government's responsibility to ensure that all Americans have access to quality education, from child care to early learning to college and career. So, Madam Secretary, I look forward to the opportunity to discuss the important issues under your department, which are so vital to our nation's future. I now yield to the ranking member for the purpose of an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. Today's hearing will provide members of the committee with a chance to hear about the department's priorities and what department leadership is doing to provide greater opportunities to students at every level of education. Committee Republicans are deeply committed to ensuring that all programs under the department's jurisdiction are implemented effectively and help grantees and stakeholders provide students a high-quality, effective education. This has been an ongoing effort that I know Secretary DeVos is an equal partner in. During the Obama administration, the department handed down a slew of regulations and federal red tape that hampered programs. Since assuming office in 2017, Secretary DeVos has worked to reduce the regulatory burden on state and local leaders and has also worked to help provide flexibility where she can to help connect students with in-demand jobs. Everyone here knows that we have a national skills gap problem. Currently, there are more than 7 million open jobs across the country, and the number of job vacancies keeps growing. These jobs are going unfilled because not enough workers have the necessary skills to fill them. There's a pervasive stigma around skills-based education, and my colleagues know it's long been a priority of mine to end this misconception. A baccalaureate degree is not the only way to a good-paying job. There are a multitude of pathways to lifelong success, and we need to work more to make skills-based education a viable and valuable path for people again. So I'm eager to hear about the department's ongoing implementation of the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act. This committee's bipartisan legislation to reform career and technical education, which the President signed into law last July. The law will empower state and local leaders to engage with employers and connect more Americans with on-the-job learning opportunities like apprenticeships. I'm also interested to hear about the department's continued efforts to expand school choice for students, families, and teachers. Every student's different, and families should be empowered to choose the learning environment that best suits their child's strengths. Committee Republicans will always believe that a one-size-fits-all approach does more harm than good, and that's true most of all of education. Students deserve an education that challenges them to reach higher and inspires them to be lifelong learners. Students deserve choices, and they have the best chance at lifelong success if they have access to expanded opportunities at every level of education. Congressional oversight of the executive branch is an important power of Congress. It's both necessary and appropriate to ensure that laws are properly implemented and taxpayer dollars are responsibly spent. It behooves us to be thorough and exacting in our review of the department's activities and budget requests. But make no mistake, thorough and exacting does not mean prejudiced and pernicious. Secretary DeVos, you've been unwavering in your dedication to your job in the midst of strong headwinds. I want to assure you that committee Republicans recognize the work you're doing to connect students with effective education. We're grateful for your efforts, and you can expect this side of the dais to ask questions that shed light on the progress the department has made since you were confirmed as secretary and your priorities moving forward. Students of all ages and at every level of education should be empowered to pursue whatever education pathway will equip them with the unique skills they need to thrive in the workplace. I thank Secretary DeVos again for being here today. I look forward to our discussion about how we can bring greater opportunities within reach for students across the country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll now introduce our witness. The Honorable Betsy DeVos serves as the 11th U.S. Secretary of Education. She was confirmed by the U.S. Senate on February 7, 2017. She's been involved in education policy for nearly 3 decades as an advocate for children and a voice for parents. For 15 years, she has served as an in-school mentor for at-risk children in the Grand Rapids Public School System. Prior to her confirmation, she served as chair of the Winquist Group, an enterprise and investment management firm. In addition to her leadership in the education arena, she has served on boards of numerous national and local charitable and civic organizations, including the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, Kids Hope USA, Art Prize, Mars Hill Bible Church, and Kendall College of Art and Design. She's a graduate of Calvin College in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where she earned a Bachelor of Arts degree, and she and her husband, Dick, have 4 children and 7 grandchildren. I'm pleased to recognize our colleague from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, who is a close friend of the Secretary, who's asked to say a few words.
I thank the chairman for that, and I thank you for holding this hearing, inviting the Secretary to be with us. And indeed, we've made opening statements about education, our perception of it, and Madam Secretary, your predecessor, we certainly, from this side of the aisle, ask tough questions of the Secretary, and so that's to be expected. But I appreciate the opportunity to welcome you here as a fellow Michigander, but also of having had long time experience with you and your family, your commitment in education, to have had the privilege of serving on educational task force that you led, and to see that words weren't just words, but were backed up significantly with actions relative to quality education across the board, whether it was public, private, parochial, any approach to education that allowed parents the choice to provide the best education for their kids, you were involved with and promoted. And I know as Secretary, you have the opportunity to lead in the department, but also to give additional advice, ideas. Some will be taken by the administration, others won't. But always an effort to move forward, not be satisfied with status quo. Education is not a status quo place if it's true education. And I thank you for your leadership there, your example. I've had the opportunity to meet students that you've impacted, students from all strata, students going on into engineering, students going on into healthcare, students coming from higher economic strata, students coming from lower economic strata, all receiving an educational opportunity that was unique and built the opportunity for them for expanded success in their life. So I want my colleagues to understand from a personal perspective where you've come from, what you're looking for, and that you will work with us toward non-status quo education to meet the needs of the future. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, I would remind you that your written statement has been distributed. It will appear in full in the hearing record pursuant to Committee Rule 7D and committee practice. You're asked to limit your oral presentation to about 5 minutes of your written statement. You've testified here before, so you know how the lighting system works. And after your testimony, we'll have questions from members. I now recognize Secretary of Education, Ms. DeVos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Fox, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on this administration's education priorities, which are also reflected in the President's fiscal year 2020 budget. I thought it would be useful to begin by recalling Congress's commitment when it created the U.S. Department of Education 40 years ago. Then, Congress vowed that the move would, quote, not increase the authority of the federal government over education or diminish the responsibility for education, which is reserved to the states, and I'll add communities and parents. Yet over the past 40 years, federal taxpayer spending on education has increased about 180%, amounting to over $1.2 trillion cumulatively. And we're still 24th in reading, 25th in science, and 40th in math when compared to the rest of the world. Doing the same thing and more of it won't bring about new results. A great education shouldn't be determined by where you live nor by who you know. It shouldn't be determined by family income. And education shouldn't be an old school, one-size-fits-all approach. That's why I propose something different: freedom. This administration focuses on freedom for teachers, freedom for parents, and freedom for all students, because we recognize each is a unique individual, and each should be treated as such. Every child should be free to learn where and how it works for them, and how it unlocks their potential. And so we propose a historic investment in America's students, Education Freedom Scholarships. Our bold proposal will offer a dollar-for-dollar federal income tax credit for voluntary contributions to 501c3 nonprofit organizations that provide scholarships to students. These students, their families, teachers, schools, states, all can choose to participate in the program, or they can choose not to participate. It's a choice. And since the proposal relies entirely on voluntary contributions to nonprofit organizations, it won't take a single dollar from local public schools, school teachers, or public school students. Something else: Education Freedom Scholarships aren't only for students who want to attend private schools. In fact, some states may choose to design scholarships for public school options, such as apprenticeships or transportation to a different public school. States have the opportunity to be really imaginative and to serve the unique needs of their students. Our proposal of an annual $5 billion federal tax credit for students draws a bright contrast to what some have proposed: $100 billion for buildings versus $5 billion for students. This administration urges this body to invest in students. We believe students of all ages should be free to pursue the education that's right for them. That includes multiple pathways to higher education and successful careers. We propose to expand use of Pell Grants for quality short-term programs. It's born from a recognition of reality. The vast majority of students today do not pursue a traditional four-year college degree. And there are millions of opportunities for careers that don't require university degrees. We must urgently rethink our approach to higher education because today federal student aid holds $1.5 trillion in outstanding loans, a number that continues to grow, more than total auto debt and credit card debt. 43% of those student loans are either in default, more than 30 days delinquent, or are negatively amortized, and taxpayers are on the hook for it all. So we are putting the power of information in students' hands. They need open and easy access to information about institutions and programs in order to make better and more responsible decisions. We're excited to expand the College Scorecard and the My Student Aid mobile app to help do just that. We also propose consolidating numerous repayment plans and raising the cap on a borrower's monthly payment to 12.5% of discretionary income. This is one way the federal government can become a more responsible lender. Policies should not entice students into greater debt, nor should they put taxpayers' dollars at greater risk. Education freedom isn't just for parents and students either. Teachers need greater freedom as well. This administration seeks to empower America's teachers and elevate their profession. I regularly meet with a number of excellent teachers who tell me they'd like to choose their own professional development and customize it for their needs. To that end, we want to focus on what teachers find useful for themselves, not what's dictated by the district office. These teacher vouchers treat teachers as the professionals they are. Teachers also tell me about the value of mentors or residency opportunities. So we want to help ensure new teachers have more opportunities to learn from the best. It's also essential that teachers and students be safe at school. In the wake of tragic acts of school violence in our country, President Trump asked me to lead a federal commission on school safety. To support the commission's recommendations, we propose empowering communities to develop their own school emergency plans and to focus on counseling and healthy behaviors for their students. In the end, budgets are about priorities. Ours are students, parents, teachers, and taxpayers. If our country is to remain secure, strong, prosperous, and free, we need students of all ages who are prepared to pursue successful careers and lead meaningful lives. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. We'll now have questions, and I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. Madam Secretary, in December 2018, you rescinded the Rethink Discipline Guidance Package. That guidance package clarified the school district's obligations and the Department enforcement of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. The guidance also provided useful information to districts on how they can proactively reduce racial disparities in rates of exclusionary discipline without jeopardizing school safety. Lacking evidence to support the rescission, the Trump administration turns its attention to the Parkland, Florida shooting, blaming that tragedy on the school discipline guidance and the use of disparate impact theory to enforce Title VI. As articulated in the final report of the Federal Commission on School Safety, the administration stated that enforcement of Title VI using disparate impact analysis lacks foundation in applicable law. And my question is, has the Trump administration abandoned the use of disparate impact analysis in Title VI enforcement?
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman, for that question. I know this is an issue about which we've spoken in your office, and I'm glad to address it again. The department continues to enforce the regulation that you've articulated, and will continue to do so until and unless the regulation's changed.
And so the lacks foundation in applicable law was a misstatement?
Well, no, I think that that's certainly a discussion and continues to be looked at and studied by both our agency and other agencies that are that are charged with that.
As you pointed out, the disparate impact analysis is legal and required under Title VI in the regulations?
Yes, we continue to enforce it as it has been regulated to date.
Yesterday, we learned that the department has entered into a resolution agreement with Texas Tech Medical School that requires the school to cease use of race in its admissions. I know Texas Tech is mourning their loss to the University of Virginia in the Final Four. But in this, how many similarly situated cases are there involving race and college admissions that the OCR has active now?
Well, let me first address the case that you've cited. As you know, this was a 14-year-old case, and Texas Tech Medical School had voluntarily entered into the resolution agreement. I know that there are at least a couple of other active cases that the Office for Civil Rights is involved with today, and those will continue to be investigated.
What are we doing to increase the number, since this is a medical school? You're aware that there are fewer African-American men in medical school now than in 1978. There is a disparity, significant lack of African-American men. What is the administration doing to increase the number of African-American men in medical school today?
Well, from the department's perspective, we are continuing to follow the Supreme Court's guidelines around use of different measures in admissions, and will continue to do so. We acknowledge that it's a desirable goal to have a very diverse population in every educational setting.
And so what is the administration doing to increase the number of African-American men in medical schools?
Well, I don't think that we have an offensive measure to try to do. It's certainly up to different institutions to both follow the Supreme Court rulings in this matter and also to follow the own mission of their schools.
Does that mean you're doing nothing?
It means that we're following the laws that we're charged with following, and will continue to do so.
Thank you, Ranking Member Dr. Fox.
Would you please recognize Mr. Guthrie?
Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the courtesy. I appreciate it very much. Hey, Secretary DeVos, I know we've talked together about the Education Freedom Scholarship Act, and one of my just concerns I would like to hear you explain in that program. I know in Kentucky, cities like Louisville and other cities have a robust private education system, so if there's a child in a school that's distressed and they would have access to this, they would have readily access to a private school that is functioning and is there and is moving forward. A lot of my counties in Kentucky are very rural, so the public school would be the only option. Even if they had access to funds to do something different, it would be the only option currently. I mean, that may change if that was the case. So could you explain how this program would help students in rural, not just rural Kentucky, but rural America that don't have the separate infrastructure in place?
Sure, I'd be happy to. This is a really great opportunity for all states and all sorts of communities to really tailor-make options and choices to the students that they're serving. And I think about rural communities in particular, where a small school might not be able to offer the range of courses that their students might like to access. So one of the opportunities would be course choice, to take a very high-quality course via the internet with a highly qualified teacher somewhere in the world, and to do so as a one-off as a student. Another possibility would be for if there are several students within that rural school for whom a different type of learning would be appropriate, they could basically form a micro school housed within that same building that would approach learning in a different manner. I also think about possibilities around career and technical education, and perhaps several communities would join together and offer some robust career and technical opportunities, and maybe there's transportation scholarships for students to get to that opportunity along with that specific opportunity itself. So there's really limitless ideas that you could come up with to really tailor-make the education options for the students that you're serving.
So your vision, this just isn't a voucher in your hand to go show up to a private school and help pay your private school tuition. There's just, it's, as you said, the limitless use of these funds for great opportunities for a lot of children, young people.
Right. I really think we should think very broadly about what choices we're talking about and not get reflexive and talk about some immediate reaction to what school choice is. I think we can think very broadly about offering the different kinds of opportunities to students that need something different or want something different. And this is a great and historic opportunity to come in alongside what is already happening in states and augment it with some new opportunities.
One of the exciting things I have, changing subjects, is, and I think it's almost everybody sitting here today are looking at apprenticeship programs and want apprenticeship programs to be successful where people can earn a good middle-class income when they don't have to have the big debt from going to four-year schools. If the four-year school is not appropriate access for them, there are other alternatives. I know that we talked about apprenticeships, and could you talk about your view of apprenticeship programs and how the department can help us in our legislation to make sure people have these opportunities?
Well, we have talked a lot about apprenticeships, and I think that there is almost unanimity around this notion that more students need to have the opportunity to both earn and learn. And I think about a student that I met a couple of months ago, Isabel, who went to school in Minneapolis and started an apprenticeship while she was in high school, decided to continue on. At age 21, she owns her own home, she owns her own car, she has a 401k and her own health care plan. And she's now been offered a job to move with that company to Switzerland. And you know, that's the kind of situation more students need to be able to access. So the president's budget proposes a pre-apprenticeship opportunity at the level of $60 million. Of course, the whole Perkins reauthorization helps move more opportunities into apprenticeship programs, and you know, the Department of Labor is working very hard on introducing some new opportunities around apprenticeships as well. But this is a very broad opportunity that I think needs to be seized.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being here, and we hope to all seize it. I think it's bipartisan for sure here. So thanks, and thanks for the courtesy, and I appreciate it, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. Madam Secretary, you mentioned that students are saddled with debt. I think everybody would be nodding their heads over that. As we know, thousands of students are reporting complaints about the department's contracted loan servicers to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. 5 weeks ago, Senator Murray, ranking member of the Senate Health Committee, and I sent a request for information related to the scathing Office of Inspector General report that detailed the department's failure to oversee its loan servicing contractors. And to date, we haven't received any responses to those questions. So I wanted to ask you, you know, whether, when we're going to receive that.
Well, thanks for the question, Congresswoman. The department does take very seriously its commitment to students and are very committed to serving them well. In fact, federal student aid more recently took over $2 million from our servicers, and we've recently communicated through a letter.
Could I ask you, Madam Secretary, can you commit to 2 weeks that we might have that report? We might have your responses to that.
I certainly will hope that we can get it in 2 weeks. It depends on the level of data that is necessary to complete it. We have been trying to be very responsive to all the requests from members of this committee and members of Congress. And
yeah, is there, I guess for all of us, just wondering.
93% of the over 1,000 letters that we received since I've been here have been responded to, and we continue to try to be very diligent about answering the requests for information.
So I think just to have a ballpark in terms of, for these kinds of requests that we make to the department, what's a reasonable timeline?
Again, I think it is reasonable for us to respond promptly. If it requires the compilation of a lot of data that takes a lot of time and resources to do, it may take longer than either you or I would like. But I give you my commitment that we will do our best to respond as promptly as possible.
Okay. I wanted to go on then and talk about what the department has said publicly about that report, because it was scathing, as you probably saw. Your department asserted that it has made significant ongoing improvements to its oversight and monitoring policies and procedures since the review period of the OIG's report. So what are the significant improvements to oversight and monitoring that have been implemented since October 1st of 2017?
Well, I just mentioned that just in the last year and a half, we have reserved over $2 million from our vendors. We have been in constant communication where there have been issues raised, and we will continue to monitor the servicers to make sure they are upholding the agreements that they have made on behalf of the students that they're communing with.
What could you add to that for the students that are there, they're listening even today and wondering, you know, what's going to change for them?
Well, we have, as you probably know, a very forward-leaning next-gen initiative to modernize the whole student financial aid framework, which has been a patchwork of confusion for students over the years. I learned that and the average number of loans a student holds is 4.6. And they're most often with different servicers.
Yeah,
So it
well, I
becomes
think-
very confusing for students to try to manage and pay back their loans when they're having to deal with multiple different servicers.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you tell students that there are going to be more audits of these servicers? What is it, again, that's going to go into greater depth for them? Because Next Gen, I think, is evolving. We're not there yet. You're not there yet, even in terms of managing that. So I think we need to be really ready to give them a better response. I know that people are certainly wondering why this is such an important report. I think it is because, in fact, the department has this oversight responsibility for federal student loans, and we want to be sure that these claims are being addressed. I also wanted to mention that, you're talking about oversight, but I think the students are really wondering, this 5,300 complaints means something, that folks are out there and they're not able to work. So, our bottom line is that there are millions of students and more have completed higher ed degrees and are suffering from this crushing debt. And so we want them to feel that they can count on you, they can count on the Inspector General to do these kind of reports, and then we need to have the kind of response back. So I thank you for that. We'll look within a short amount of time, I hope, for those responses. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. Just to follow up a little bit on the Education Freedom Scholarships. They are tax credits, not vouchers.
That's correct. The proposal is a federal tax credit that individuals or corporations would be able to contribute to, and states would decide whether they wanted to participate or not. If they did, they would be able to craft their own program or programs to meet the needs of students in their states and give them choices, additional choices to what they have today.
So not mandatory, voluntary opportunity to use
Indeed.
a person's own funds to make sure that kids have the opportunities. I was delighted to hear your answer to Representative Guthrie on the issue of career and technical education. Just came from a hearing earlier where Associated General Contractors put out a couple numbers, 286,000 shortage of construction workers this past February, the most recent figures, and that the average wage in construction now is $30 an hour, the average wage. And these professional trades are truly professions that can provide a wonderful life and great opportunity without having that overweening student debt that is coming. Also, it's been exciting in meeting with some of our more forward-thinking colleges and universities that are coming up with ideas that will reduce potentially 30% of tuition cost as a result of working with business and industry and allowing actual business and industry to set up curriculum programs and pay for the setting up those curriculum programs that meet the needs of the real-world jobs that are out there now. And that doesn't happen without having flexibility. But we still have student finance issues. And last year, I introduced the FAFSA Act along with Representative Delbene of Washington, which would streamline and simplify the financial aid process. In March, this committee held a hearing on college affordability. During that hearing, the president of Western Carolina University testified how FAFSA form can act as an insurmountable obstacle to students in obtaining federal aid, particularly for first-generation and low-income families. Could you describe how the FAFSA Act would simplify and improve the FAFSA process for students as well as families?
Well, I'd be happy to, Congressman, and I think often of the FAFSA form that Senator Alexander likes to regularly unfurl, and the goal to dramatically shorten that form and make it much easier for students applying for federal student aid. As you know, we've introduced the My Student Aid mobile app, which the naysayers said couldn't be done and wouldn't be done. It was done, and it was done on time. Students can now complete their FAFSA on their smartphones. if the 6103 exemption at legislation, which was passed by the Senate, is taken up and passed by the House as well, that will dramatically shorten the number of questions on the FAFSA form. And then I know that there's the legislation that you've introduced and are championing would also eliminate a number of additional questions that are really not necessary. And that combination, I think, is a really important move to make it much smoother and simpler for students who have to apply for federal student aid on a regular basis.
On the side of the universities, how would it benefit them with this simplified process? I've read statistics that 30% of FAFSA applications must undergo an income verification process.
Right. Well, it would eliminate that process because it would the information would be drawn directly from the IRS on student and family income, and it would greatly secure that data as well. Because right now it goes through a number of steps and it's at much greater risk. So that combination would dramatically reduce the burden on institutions on the verification process.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. See the time is expiring here. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. You know, last year, my home state, Arizona, was among several that experienced teacher walkouts, strikes, primarily citing working conditions and primarily citing teacher pay among the reasons that they took the actions that they did. I think we know that our nation's educators are grossly underpaid. It varies from state to state. Some states do not provide the support in terms of teacher salaries or have significantly moved to improve teacher salary. We can make the comparisons to other professionals with the same education and technical requirements. Grossly underpaid teachers, classroom teachers are. And I mentioned this and ask you, Secretary Ross, conceptually, do you believe that the federal government should find ways to supplement public school teacher incomes?
Well, Congressman, our budget has a couple of proposals to really focus in and elevate the profession of teaching and to honor and respect teachers for the professionals they are, and to give them more opportunity to control their own destinies in the form of their own professional development through the teacher voucher program, and then also with the mentorship and residency program. That today I've heard from so many teachers that they feel obliged almost to move into administration and leave the classroom when they mostly love being in the classroom, but in order to continue to develop themselves.
Particularly, would that respect for teachers be do you think could translate it into their paycheck?
Well, obviously, teachers and their the states and local communities have the most direct input into that, but I think we can and should find ways to ensure that teachers have more autonomy and more freedom to do what they do best, and that is to serve students in their classroom, and for great teachers to have the opportunity to teach others.
I think my point is that I think they should get more pay, and that in doing so, is there a role for the federal government to help supplement, not supplant, but supplement the income for classroom teachers? That's discussion for some other time. Basis Charter Schools Incorporated, which is big in my state of Arizona, is a privately owned, and nearly all of its funding comes from state and federal tax dollars. There's oversight questions related to their financial sustainability and its administrative costs. Charter schools like Basis try to expand as quickly as possible, which you stated you support. Despite all the fiscal red flags, and in Basis's case, while they might be profiting outside my state, their in-state operation posted a cumulative deficit of $49 million. The story's been played out in Arizona, California, Texas, here in Washington, D.C. The lack of oversight on charter school finances is demonstrating a significant waste of taxpayer dollars. In your budget proposal, despite numerous cuts to important programs like Gear Up and Impact Aid, you're requesting a $60 million for the charter school program. Given what I just said, how do you justify that?
Well, Congressman, there are over 1 million students on waiting lists for charter schools nationally. Over 11,000 right here in the District of Columbia. 1 in 8 students in Washington, D.C. wants to get into a charter school and cannot. More than 50,000 in New York City. So
Okay, that's
charter schools provide great opportunities for lots of students, and there's clearly a lot of demand for more of them.
okay. Let me then use some examples, because one of the question is also about monitoring and oversight of charter schools, since they're receiving significant and sometimes their only source of financial support comes from state and federal governments. How's your department monitoring charter schools? You know, program grant funding to awardees that never open and close within an academic year, or never open again for the second academic year. How are we monitoring, and what kind of oversight is being done to make sure that if those are anomalies, that those anomalies occur at all, but they continue to occur, the situation keeps coming up, and the issue of monitoring and oversight continues to be a pressing question, and I want to know what direction the department's going on that, given the expansion of support for charter schools.
Well, charter schools are authorized by the states in which they reside, and the programs in which the department interacts with clearly has agreements and has oversight over those particular pieces of the program, but they're authorized within the state. And we know that there have been charter schools that haven't been able to make it and have closed down, and that's good and that's appropriate. If they can't serve students well, they shouldn't exist. The same should be true of traditional public schools if they can't operate well.
Gentleman's,
Thank you very much.
a gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for taking on this challenge of education, and know that it's been in your courage to take on this challenge, because you know it's a complex issue. You know, coming from the business world, specifically construction, I know about the shortage of workers. In fact, everywhere I go in my district, we have a shortage of workers. And so it's putting tremendous pressure on our education system. And of course, in our state, I think out of the budget, over 50% of the money goes to education. I know in our county, over 50% of the money goes for education. So and then you look at the statistics, and you look at the last 20 years where the cost has gone from $6,000 to $11,000 per student, yet teacher salaries have not really increased. So you wonder, well, where's the money going? And I'm sure you're looking into all that, and you have been an outspoken supporter of expanding the choices in education, and I support your efforts in that, because every student is different, every student's needs are different, and we need to do everything we can in our communities to meet those needs. Could you tell us a little bit more about how you envision your proposal for the Education, Innovation, and Research Program under the Every Student Succeeds Act, and how it would work, and why you feel it's important?
Well, thanks, Congressman. Yes, this is actually our proposal to help teachers guide and control their own professional development. And the proposal is really a pilot program to establish teacher vouchers that teachers would be able to pursue their own professional development. And I think about, different opportunities a early stage teacher might have to take development that would help them with classroom management, for example. Perhaps a middle stage teacher wants to get better at the subject matter they're teaching, and maybe a later stage teacher is really good at teaching other teachers and will pursue a mentorship or residency program to help new teachers learn to be better teachers. So the proposal would be meaningful amounts for teachers to be able to elect to pursue whatever is right for their own personal and professional development at the stage of teaching that they happen to be.
Are you familiar with where we are as far as the teacher shortage in the country right now? I mean, I know we have one in our state. Is it pretty much nationwide?
Well, I know that there's certainly challenges to recruiting teachers in certain subject areas. I know that states are getting creative about how they attract new teachers into the profession, and there's different approaches to certifying them. I also know that there's in rural areas where it's particularly difficult. They're becoming very creative about how they really meet the needs of students without necessarily having to hire a full-time teacher for a specific class that doesn't have many students.
Yeah, we're making great strides in Georgia on our graduation rates and whatnot, but on the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act, obviously we need to accelerate movement of students into the workplace. And thank you for, you sort of explained what you're trying to do there as far as implementing this law. Anything you'd like to comment further on initiatives that, now that you've kind of heard a little bit of what we're talking about here today, anything else you'd like to add to that?
Well, I think it's a great opportunity for states to look anew and communities to look anew at what the real needs are in their communities, and for employers to really explicitly partner with educators to collectively design programs to meet the broader needs of their region and their communities. And places that I've visited that have been particularly effective at this are doing really well with filling the needs of the employers and the opportunities in the area, but there's still room for a lot more development and a lot more improvement in that area.
Well, thank you again very much, and I'll yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Corday.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for being here today. I just want to follow up on my colleague, Congresswoman Davis, regarding the OIG report on loan servicers. Again, just for the record, the OIG found 61% noncompliance by loan servicers in most basic functions in terms of not recording payments from student borrowers, reporting them to credit agencies inaccurately, which is like going into credit hell when that happens for student borrowers. And again, I mean, that's an appalling rate, and I would ask, Mr. Chairman, that the OIG report be admitted to the record.
Congressman, if I could just...
Actually, let me just do this first, okay? And then I'll have a question for you, I promise.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So not only are we seeing, again, this kind of batting average, poor batting average by the department regulating loan servicers, under your leadership, you've taken numerous steps to undermine state enforcement of student borrower protections. Last December, without any public notice, your department issued a memorandum borrowing loan servicers from releasing information to state law enforcement officials. And again, Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent to enter a memo sent by the department to all loan servicers into the record. Thank you. So this memo has had the effect of undermining all state investigations into shady practices, as well as federal investigations by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau into loan servicers. Brazenly, the department did not even publicly notice this memo, and it was only obtained because someone at the department leaked it. So I want to ask, given the fact that state law enforcement has had a spectacular record of success in terms of getting restitution for student borrowers who, again, had their funds misappropriated, shutting down deceptive practices, and again, it's the New York AG, Minnesota AG, Illinois AG, Connecticut AG, I mean, they've all been doing this work collaboratively with the federal government. What is the rationale for the department to shut off that flow of information regarding student loan servicers, which has been standard operating procedure for decades?
Well, Congressman, first let me comment on the OIG
Actually, I asked you a
report.
question, and we don't have much time, so could you just sort of
I
explain
understand, but
what this is a decision you made to shut off this information to people who are law enforcement. They're investigating things like fraud. I mean, so please explain that decision in that memo.
I will be happy to, but I want to comment to the OIG report.
I didn't ask you about that.
The findings of which we have addressed. They were for a period of time that it was from a long period of time ago. They've been addressed. With regard to the loan servicers and state involvement, federal student aid is a federal program, and to involve every single state in a separate oversight capacity
So
really
again,
preempts
so
federal.
preemption does exist. There's no question about it. When Congress acts like ERISA, we preempted state regulation of insurance back in the 1970s by an act of Congress. In terms of student loan servicing enforcement, Congress has never preempted that away from attorney generals who are just simply enforcing in many instances their own state consumer protection laws. So, again, that decision that you made, without giving even the courtesy of a notice and had to be sort of found out indirectly, again, is not certainly with the imprimatur of Congress. So in addition, to sort of ignoring law enforcement, who's been doing a great job in terms of protecting student borrowers, in the 2019 appropriation by Congress, we directed the department to respond to all requests from these law enforcement agencies within 10 days of receipt and to make publicly available on its website a detailed list of all individual requests made to the department. Again, to date, we've seen nothing from the department. This, again, was Congress directing your department to at least disclose those requests that you're refusing for people who, again, are just simply trying to enforce law.
Congressman, we continue to take our responsibilities to student borrowers very seriously and continue to take the steps to ensure that the servicers are doing the jobs that they've been contracted to do.
Well, again, you're certainly not working with us in terms of trying to at least let us see whether or not your, again, total unilateral decision is in fact resulting in good enforcement actions being stymied and stifled. And with that, again, I have other questions for the record regarding preemption of state student loan borrower laws, which will be entering into the record, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here, and also thank you for being in Sevier County to unveil the new app for the FAFSA. And I asked my educators how many of those questions, 100 plus, they looked at, the admitting people, and they said about 10 of them. We need to take that bill up the Senate has today and pass it. It's so complicated, and for the students, I don't know how they get through it. I'm going to go a little different. I talked to a professor of mine this weekend who was very concerned about grade inflation. He's a retired professor at home, and today, in colleges, A is the most common grade at both 4- and 2-year colleges. And we have now, I think, 42% of all colleges have an A, and 77% are an A or B. And back when I was in school in the 60s in college, the most common with fewer students going was a C. High school grades have inflated exactly the same way. Now they're so, and if you looked at standardized testing, it's been level. So the grade hasn't improved the standardized testing when you compare apples to apples. So my question is, why has that happened? And then I don't expect you to finish today answering it, but don't we need to do something about that when 3/4 of the, almost 80% get an A or a B? And I heard Alan Dershowitz on TV the other day complain about that at Harvard.
Well, it's a very good question, Congressman, and it also begs, there's other data that begs the question as well. Why are we 24th in the world in reading and 25th in science and 40th in math as compared to the rest of the world? We continue to, I think, expect different results from doing the same thing, and we put more and more resources behind doing the same things. And that's why this administration has proposed something like the Education Freedom Scholarships Initiative to change that dynamic, to do something different, to allow for students to have different opportunities. And, when we look at the fact that 40% of students entering a 4-year college or university have to take a remedial class and 60% going to community colleges, it's a commentary on the whole preparation that they experience in the K-12 system.
Well, I think it's something we definitely need to look into, because an A doesn't mean you know anything. And so I want to talk about a couple other things, and one of the things we talked about the other day is I have a very interest in career and technical education, and the three numbers I mentioned to you are 77, 97, and 0. And I talked to one of the presidents of our technical schools at home, and they graduate 77% of the students on time. 19% of college students at four-year schools graduate on time, and 59% graduate within 6 years with this huge debt. So 77% finish on time in what they started in, whether it's a nursing assistant, welding, or whatever. 97% in Tennessee are placed in their career path, get a job, and 100% graduate with 0 debt. So it is a huge advantage, and we need to be, I think, encouraging students to look at these career paths, as Mr. Guthrie was talking about just a minute ago, and I just like to hear your comments on that.
Well, I couldn't agree more, and this administration is very, very supportive of elevating and supporting a multitude of career paths to a great adult future, and acknowledges that we have got to continue to raise the specter of these opportunities and give them equal credence to the unspoken or often very verbally articulated pressure to go to a four-year college or university. And yet we have, as you've just noted, so many great opportunities for young people to consider and pursue. It's not to say they can't return to an educational setting later on and do something different. They'll have multiple careers in their adult lives. So
7 million empty jobs. And very quickly, my time's expiring, but I had a roundtable with our educators a year ago about school safety. And that discussion very quickly turned to mental health. And we went to our local hospital, and we found that in our area, we only had 11 inpatient beds for young people, young adults with mental health issues. We're working on solving that problem locally now. Another problem that was local, we're in a rural area, and we have a rural school that K through 12 only has 110 students, K through 12. So if a student there wants to take calculus, they can now go online at one of the other larger high schools online. This was done by a private entrepreneur, Scott Neiswanger, I'll mention his name, who was able to provide these students a great high school education from distance learning. You've been very generous with your time. I'll yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Fudge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here today. Madam Secretary, if you could just help me out, 5 minutes is a very short period of time, so if you could just be more concise with your answers, I'd appreciate it. Madam Secretary, do you realize that it is your responsibility to educate every child in the United States?
It's my responsibility to be the Secretary.
It's just a yes or no, Madam Secretary.
It's my responsibility to
Is that a yes or
the
is that a no?
Secretary of Education.
Okay. You're very good at evading. That's a really simple question. So we'll move on. My concern is that you spend so much of your time focused on vouchers, how do we fund religious and private schools, and then you come up with something called the Education Freedom Scholarship, which by any other name is a voucher. We are once again picking winners and losers, which is something that my colleagues complained about for years and years about Democrats. You, in fact, are trying to pick winners and losers. Now, I've never been aware of a tax credit that is a $1 to $1, 100% credit. So now we have already decided that we're going to make rich people richer with the tax cuts. We're going to make poor people about the same. Middle class, we're going to hurt with more taxes. So now it's like you guys weren't smart enough to take advantage of all these tax credits. Let me give you another bite at this apple. Let me let you give money to schools so that you can take 100% tax credit. It is the most ridiculous thing that I have ever heard. But once again, by any other name, it is a voucher, and it is something to benefit the rich. Madam Secretary, are you aware that Alabama and Florida have state tuition tax programs, and they have shown no improvement in academic achievement for students?
I'm aware they have programs, and you're wrong. They have shown improvement for students.
Well, I'd love you to send me that data, please.
I would be happy to.
You say in your remarks as well as in your testimony, written testimony, that this proposal takes not 1 cent from local public school students or public school teachers. You did that in your own budget by cutting the education budget by 10%. That's something that you did. But let me also suggest to you that, in fact, it is hurting taxpayers. If you give a one-to-one tax credit, it's going to create a $5 billion a year hole in the federal treasury. So that's $5 billion that could be spent on education and other things. So indeed, it does hurt students. You talk about freedom, which is just it's so enlightening for me that it's freedom. Do you know that freedom is not free? This freedom is going to cost us $5 billion a year, $50 billion over 10 years. Freedom is not free. We learned that during the civil rights movement.
These are voluntary contributions that individuals...
Reclaiming my time. This is my time. Freedom is not free. We have experienced it over and over again. There is a cost to everything we do. Yours just happens to be $50 billion to the Treasury. I just wish that at some point we would just be honest with what we are doing, and we would just tell the American people that what we are doing with this is creating a shell game to fund private and religious schools and their providers using taxpayers as the middleman. That is what we are doing. It is nothing more than another attempt to disinvest in public education, and that is why I asked you the first question, which you couldn't even answer. Do you represent all of the children of the United States? Is it not your job to educate all of the children? It wasn't a trick question. It was a very simple question. So I just hope that the next time you come in front of us, that you would stop the evasion and just give us a simple answer. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, it's good to see you again. I believe the Civil Rights Act is clear that no child should face discrimination in school based on race, color, or national origin, whether that's in access to classes and programs or through discipline practices. Do you agree that the law is clear? And can you tell us what you're doing to prevent discrimination?
Thanks, Congressman. I concur with you, and we are working hard to ensure that all students' civil rights are respected and upheld. And a couple of things that I'd like to mention that we are doing prospectively. We have an initiative to address the inappropriate use of seclusion and restraint. It's a joint initiative between the Office for Civil Rights and the Office for Special Education and Rehabilitative Services. And it provides an opportunity to highlight this important issue and support schools and districts and states as they work to meet the needs of each of their students. And understanding that this is an important topic for many on this committee, I can assure everyone that the department is committed to ensuring that these practices do not deprive any child of the opportunity to thrive and succeed in school. Even one child harmed through inappropriate use of seclusion and restraint is one too many. Another area that we have continued to be on the proactive side is to hold regular webinars, technical assistance for those who need to work on the web accessibility of their institutions. And we are responding to complaints, but we are being proactive with all institutions and inviting them to know and understand via the use of webinars on a regular basis. Those are a couple of areas that we're working hard proactively, but also we are working reactively to make sure that all complaints that are brought to us are addressed.
Well, thank you for being proactive. I think that shows your commitment to making sure the law is followed. I know you and I both want the best for all of our students, and it's been my pleasure to work with you on the Education Freedom Scholarship proposal. I'm so excited to see the support it's getting, not just here in Congress, but in states all across the nation. I do want to clear up one point for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. The Education Freedom Scholarships proposal is not a budget item in the Education Budget's FY 2020 budget. Am I right about that?
You are right about that.
So it wouldn't take any funds away from our education program, would it?
That's correct.
Good. So why don't you tell everybody a little bit about what it would do?
Well, it would provide a tax credit, but a tax credit fund that states could elect to be part of, and they could choose voluntarily to be part of it, and then to formulate programs within their state. And contrary to what your colleague on the other side of the aisle just alleged, it does not take anything away from any budget. And in fact, it is geared towards students and toward empowering students to make a different choice for their education through the form of scholarships that would be accessed through scholarship granting organizations designated by each state, 501c3 scholarship granting organizations. And we talked a bit earlier about possible uses. It could be to access really new and robust career and technical education opportunities in a region. It could be for transportation to get to different opportunities. It could be to access course choice in small rural schools. And it could be used for just a wide variety of uses, but the key being that families, that students would be empowered to make a choice that fits for them and for their future and what they want to learn and what they want to pursue.
We have a great example in Alabama in Sumter County, which is one of our poorest counties. And one of these schools was established, and many of the students that are now going to that school are for the first time in their lives going to school with someone of the opposite race, because we had total segregation in Sumter County, and this school has brought African-American children and white children together in a school in Sumter County, for most of them for the first time in their lives and some of their families' lives. So this is not just providing better education, it's actually drawing this very poor rural community together. And I think that's great for that community, but communities around the country. So I thank you for your leadership on that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from the Northern Mariana Islands, Mr. Sablan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, thank you for being here today. Secretary DeVos, you arrived in your position at a time when Republicans passed a resolution of disapproval in both chambers to overturn the Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA, accountability, reporting, and state plan regulations. While these regulations were overturned, the law's core requirements remained unchanged. ESSA includes important federal guardrails to hold states and school districts accountable for meeting the needs of all students. While there is flexibility, the law is not a blank check. Compliance with the law's requirement is not optional. So let me ask you, are you aware, Madam Secretary, that 40 states do not include disaggregated achievement data for at least one federally required subgroup on their state report card as required by federal law?
Congressman, I was pleased to be able to approve every state's ESSA plan, and I didn't approve any plans that did not comply completely with the law. And we are now in the monitoring phase and continue to ensure that states comply with the law.
I'd just like a yes or no answer on the record. That are you aware that approximately 40 states do not include disaggregated achievement data for at least one federally required subgroup on their state? Yes or no?
Again, Congressman, all of the ESSA plans comply with the law, and we continue to ensure
Madam
that states
Secretary,
continue
that's
to
not a yes
comply
or
with
no.
the
So
law.
let me ask you this then: can states and school districts address educational equity without this information?
Congressman, again, we have ensured that all of the ESSA plans from every state comply with the law, and we are committed to ensuring that as they implement them, they continue to comply with the law.
I only have 5 minutes, so respectfully reclaiming my time, Madam Secretary, the answer is no. We cannot advance equity without this information. The law requires states to disaggregate data by subgroups to ensure accurate data on student achievement. And accurate data is critical for parents, educators, and policymakers. So how do you plan to address this issue to make sure that states are compliant with the law and are held accountable for the success of all students?
Again, sir, we continue to monitor the states as they implement their ESSA plans to make sure they are compliant with all aspects of the law, and we're committed to doing so.
So let me be very simple. English is my second language, but I understand you're not giving me an answer. So let me be very simple, Madam Secretary. Can I have today your commitment to improve ESSA oversight and hold states accountable for implementing the letter and intent of the law. Your commitment, yes or no?
We are committed to continuing to ensure every state
On the
follows the
record,
law,
you're saying
the
that you are.
implementation of their ESSA plan.
I take that as a yes. So let me go to my next issue. According to the Alliance for Excellent Education, the Department of Education approved at least 12 states to implement accountability systems that do not take into account the performance of historically underserved students as required by law, despite what you just told me. Parents or community are now starting to see the school letter grades issued by states based on these systems. I am concerned that these letter grades may provide misleading test information. For example, in one state, 25% of schools that receive an A are identified for targeted support due to the performance of historically underserved students. In that same state, 71% of schools that received a B are identified for targeted support. Does it make sense to you for a school to receive an A or B if its students of color or other subgroups consistently underperform? These are facts, these are data.
Congressman, again, we are committed to monitoring the states to ensure that they continue to comply with the law as they implement their
Madam
ESSA
Secretary,
plans.
respectfully, you're not answering my question. The students, the educators, we deserve direct answers. So let me ask again. How is the department holding states accountable for using subgroup performance to inform action to intervene in and provide additional support for under-resourced schools?
Congressman, again, I have told you, and I will tell you again, we are committed to continuing to ensure that states are complying with the laws and that they are following the requirements of the law regarding ESSA.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. You have not answered my question, but thank you very much for trying. You're good. I appreciate it.
Gentlelady from New
yield
York.
back.
Gentlelady from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, good to see you today. I wanted to focus my questions on higher ed. When I visit colleges and universities and community colleges in my district, it's very clear that the traditional student today is in fact non-traditional. Oftentimes they're going back to pursue their education mid-career, they're working part-time, or they're raising a family. And I think that we need to work to modernize opportunities in higher ed to make it available for the non-traditional students. The department has proposed an expansion of Pell Grants to shorter-term programs. How will this help contemporary students gain skills and career and technical education that is very impactful in finding jobs in today's economy?
Thanks for that question, Congresswoman. And yes, we have proposed to expand Pell to be eligible for short-term, high-quality programs for certifications and certificates. We know that there are many jobs available today that require just a short-term kind of program, and yet we've been very rigid in terms of how we viewed the use of Pell funds, and so we believe that expanding that and would look forward to working with Congress on the appropriate guardrails around that, but think that short-term would be an excellent move.
I agree with you, and I think it's a real opportunity for bipartisan modernization of the Pell program. Another Pell-related question is, we know when we are looking at the historic amount of student loan debt that a large percentage of that student loan debt is students who have not completed. And I understand that 60% of those who actually attain a bachelor's degree today do so in 6 years. So that's much longer than the traditional 4 years. And we also know that the longer it takes a student to complete that degree, the more debt they accrue. One of the proposals that you and I have discussed and the department has put forward is utilizing Pell for dual enrollment programs. Can you expand upon that?
Yes, well, many students would like to pursue college-level classes in high school. They've completed their high school requirements, and we think that expansion of Pell into those opportunities is another way to modernize and acknowledge what the opportunities are for students today.
Absolutely, and I think it also will help us ensure that the completion rate increases and that students are graduating at a faster rate, therefore taking out a lower amount of student loan and then having lesser student loan debt. The last question I wanted to ask is related to work study. I understand that each year Congress appropriates over $1 billion to the federal work study program, and this is a substantial sum of money. It largely goes to finance student jobs on campus, and those jobs are not necessarily positions related to students' career or academic interests. Your budget proposes reforms to this. Can you talk about that?
I'd love to. We believe that allowing students to essentially do an internship or an apprenticeship in jobs or with businesses related to careers that they want to pursue would be very compatible with their actual formal learning. And so we've proposed to change work study requirements to allow for employers to be have students host students as part of their academic studies and through a work study program in business.
I agree, and again, as I visit employers that are near local colleges, they are eager to partner. They are eager to identify the future of their workforce as early as possible to help them develop those skills. So I wanted to highlight these three very important bipartisan opportunities that we can pursue as a committee, and I look forward to working with you. Likewise. Thanks. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, a budget is a statement of priorities and values, and I worked hard on the Every Student Succeeds Act, and I'm deeply disappointed that the President's budget would zero out funding for Title IV-A grants. These are the flexible block grants that support well-rounded education, arts, civics, safe and healthy schools, technology. So all students benefit, not just those in wealthy districts or neighborhoods. These grants have bipartisan support. They're an essential part of ESSA. It's unacceptable that the department does not see their value. So previously, you told me that Title IV-A funds are spread too thin to be effective. If that's your position, isn't the logical thing to fully fund Title IV-A grants rather than eliminate them, which exacerbates inequality of opportunity? And that's a yes or no question.
Well, Congresswoman, it's not a yes or no answer because we had to put forward a budget that met the requirement of a 10% reduction overall, so we had to make difficult choices.
Well, and I need to reclaim my time and move on to another question, but you told me that they're spread too thin, so the logical thing is to fully fund them rather than spread them too thin. Now, I want to ask you about ACICS. The Department of Education fully reinstated ACICS as a recognized accreditor, even after they oversaw some of the largest collapses of institutions of higher education in American history, Corinthian colleges, ITT Tech, and after they were reinstated, ECA, and in every case, ACICS disregarded clear warning signs and failed to act quickly enough to protect students and taxpayers. So last year, several of my colleagues and I sent you 2 letters about this. We urge you to rescind the decision. We expressed concern that the department's decision was based, at least in part, on erroneous and misleading information, including claims that ACICS secured endorsement and support from other accrediting agencies, which turned out to be false. We also requested the information and documentation that you considered. So you have not answered the letter, so rather than having us wait longer, please explain why did the department fully reinstate an accreditor that repeatedly accredited schools that harm students?
Well, Congresswoman, it is a provisional reinstatement. There are still a couple of provisions that ACICS has to address, and it's important to note that we were ordered by the court to re-examine the ACICS case. 36,000 pages of information the previous administration did not even acknowledge or deal with in this process, and so we did so. It was a very in-depth review and study, and the reinstatement came with a review of all of that information that heretofore had not been considered.
And reclaiming my time, do you have a time frame, excuse me, for responding to those letters? Because we sent them last year. Can we get them in the next 2 weeks?
I will certainly look into it, yes.
Thank you. We do need that underlying information, what you considered, because again, some of it was, information was false. I have another question. Yesterday, the Civil Rights Subcommittee held a hearing on the Equality Act. We know that transgender students are frequently bullied and victimized. We know also that the 2016 guidance to schools about transgender students was applauded by education experts, healthcare experts, educators, counselors, pediatricians, psychologists. because it made students safer at school. But your department rolled back that guidance, creating uncertainty and concern. So I have two questions. When you rolled back that guidance, did you know that the stress of harassment and discrimination can lead to lower attendance and grades, as well as depression and anxiety for transgender students? Did you know that?
Congressman, OCR is committed to ensuring all students have equal access to an education free from discrimination.
Did you know when, sorry, I would really like an answer. Students and families need to know this. We had a mother of a transgender student here yesterday. We need to know this. Did you know when you rolled back the guidance that the stress of harassment and discrimination can lead to lower attendance and grades, as well as depression for transgender students? Did you know that when you rolled back the guidance?
I do know that, but I will say again that OCR is committed to ensuring that all students have access to their education free from discrimination.
Let me ask you this as well. When you rolled back the guidance, did you know that a study recently published by the American Academy of Pediatrics revealed alarming levels of attempted suicide among transgender youth? Did you know that as well when you rolled back that guidance?
I'm aware of that data.
I'm extremely concerned based on what we heard yesterday about the rollback of that guidance. In my remaining time, I want to follow up on Congresswoman Fudge's question about education freedom scholarships. Because a $5 billion tax credit means $5 billion less in revenue. And I do want to point out that you did receive 3 Pinocchios from the Washington Post for trying to say that that was not using public money. It is public money if it's $5 billion less in revenue. That revenue could go to fund Pell Grants, to fund Title IV grants. And I see my time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Schmucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Madam Secretary. Thank you for being here. I'd like to just briefly talk about your education freedom scholarships and let other members of the committee know just a little bit about a similar program in Pennsylvania, the EITC program, that has been in effect for a number of years. And we've had a lot of discussions in Pennsylvania around charter schools. We've had discussions about school choice programs. There have been voucher programs. But the EITC program, in the midst of all those discussions, has had broad bipartisan support throughout the entirety that the program has been in effect. And in fact, almost every year, we have been increasing the number of tax credit programs that are available. Why? Because people on both sides of the aisle see the benefit to students who could not potentially have the opportunity to attend a great school, see the scholarships that are available through the program, have talked to the families and the parents who desperately want to get their child into a school that works for them, and again, have supported this on a bipartisan basis, both Republican and Democrat governors. So I think it's a great proposal. I appreciate the work that you are doing to ensure that every child has the opportunity for the world-class education that they deserve, that every child has the opportunity for an education that will prepare them for life after K through 12, whether it's whether it's a college or the military or directly to the workplace. It's critical that we continue that work, and I'm troubled by some of the points that are made by folks in their questioning to you that you are picking winners and losers as a result of this program. Our system today picks winners and losers based on your ability to pay for tuition at a private school if your school is not effective. Now, I have 3 of my own kids who've been through the public school system. We're fortunate to have in the district that I represent some absolutely great public schools, and we should do everything that we can to continue to support the work that those schools are doing. But if there are districts where a parent does not have an opportunity to send their child to a school that will provide that kind of opportunity, it's incumbent upon us to be ensuring we put policies in place and we provide the resources so that everyone has that opportunity. So I guess I'd like you just to speak to that for a minute. I know the work that you have done to ensure that every student has an opportunity, to ensure that we have great schools, whether they're public schools, whether they are private schools, whether they are magnet schools, charter schools, which are public schools. But you know, I'd like to talk just a little bit about this idea that we're picking winners and losers, and how that how the work that you're doing indicates that that is not what we're trying to do.
Well, thanks, Congressman, and I know that Pennsylvania has had great success in meeting students' needs. And let me just say, my focus is and always will be on students and on helping all students get a great education through an equal opportunity. The Education Freedom Scholarships proposal would help advance that for many, many students, and it is focused on students. As you've identified, individuals today who have the financial resources to send their child or children to a different school or to move to a different place already have choices. But there's way too many families that don't have that choice, and we continue to consign them in too many cases to schools that don't work for them. There are studies after studies showing that we continue to do the same thing and expect different results. I'm suggesting we do something different and test out and see how many different results we will get by doing something completely different, and Education Freedom Scholarships would take us in that direction.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. They've called votes, but we have time to get in one additional set of questions. The gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, good morning. I would like to get directly at the questions related to borrower defense. Just 2 weeks ago, on March 28th, Senator Patty Murray questioned you before the Senate Appropriations Committee on the number of borrower defense claims that your department has approved since the October 2018 court order. The department's own quarterly data through December 31st, 2018, established that 0 claims have been approved. Is it still true that no borrower defense claims have been approved?
Well, Congressman, they had been being approved before the court stepped in. They have not been since
Madam
the court
Secretary, excuse me,
stepped in.
by your own department statistics, as of December 31st, it showed that your department has approved 0 claims. And then you also answered before Senator Patty Murray, you thought that 1 was approved, but then the next day you issued a statement saying that no, in fact, that 0 claims have been approved.
It is true that none have been approved in the last several months. That is due to a pending court decision, a court case that has precluded us from continuing to...
Madam Secretary, that court decision you're talking about is October 2018 and lifted the stay and ordered you to implement the rule. I take it that 0 claims have been approved, that nothing has changed. I would like to better understand the process by which the department decides on borrower defense claims and why it is taking you so long to process the nearly 160,000 pending claims. I want you to understand that merely processing claims and faithfully implementing the rule, which you've been ordered to do by the court, are different. We see that you haven't approved or rejected claims, but you are closing them. Is your department cherry-picking borrower defense claims with the intent to close out those cases?
We have been addressing closed school discharges with the students that are clearly qualify.
My question is, are you cherry-picking borrower defense claims with the intent to close them out?
We have closed out 16,519 eligible borrowers.
I understand you've closed out those claims, but are you specifically cherry-picking them in order to close them out?
We are ensuring that those who are due relief because of closed school discharge are addressed immediately.
Okay.
There are other students who have
I repeat that you have not approved.
There are other students who have submitted.
Madam Secretary, reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time. You have not approved or rejected a single claim. You have closed thousands of cases. Have you or any of your political appointees instructed career staff at the department to focus on prioritizing the closing of claims over approving them? Yes or no?
That have prioritized, I'm sorry?
Have you or any of your political appointees instructed career staff at the department to focus on prioritizing the closing of claims over approving them?
We are focused on addressing
That's a
all
yes or no
borrower
question.
defense.
That, have you ordered your political appointees?
We have attempted.
Madam Secretary, I remind you, you're under oath. The question is, have you or any of your political appointees instructed career staff at the department to focus on prioritizing the closing of claims over approving them?
We are focused on ensuring that the
I take that as a
students
non-answer.
clearly have.
Reclaiming my time.
closed school
On the off chance that your department were to ever approve a student claim, isn't it true that if the school has closed, that the taxpayers are now liable for this debt and not the school that defrauded the student?
The closed school discharge claims are ones that we are processing.
Okay, madam, you're not answering my question. So
that
the
we
answer
have-
is,
that we have already
that the
addressed
school, reclaiming my time,
$172 million.
The answer is that the taxpayers are, when the school is closed, the taxpayers are liable for that unpaid loan. However, school is still open, the department has the ability to begin processing the recovering the recompense from these schools. Knowing this, a reasonable and prudent person might posit the idea that your department may have the perverse incentive to intentionally delay implementation of the borrower defense rule to protect the financial interests of these for-profit institutions and their investors. Last month, you also confirmed that the department is still working to promulgate new borrower defense rulemaking. Is the fact that the department is drafting a new rule a possible explanation for the delayed implementation of the borrower defense rule?
We are implementing the borrower defense rule as ordered to do, and we are also in the process of continuing to refine the rule because we don't agree with the previous policy of the.
Well, Madam Secretary, I'll state again that 160,000 pending claims, not a single approved claim, thousands and thousands of closed claims. I am very troubled by your non-answers today. Madam Secretary, there is no freedom in a student being obligated to pay off a loan from a school that has defrauded them. It's an unjust burden. I yield back.
As the chart shows, a vote has been called. There are several votes, and it'll be at least about a half an hour before we can get back. So we'll recess until 10 minutes after 11. Committee's in recess. Committee will come back to order. I want to welcome everyone back to the hearing with Secretary DeVos, but before we resume questioning, I needed to clarify a couple of things for the record. First, Madam Secretary, the OIG report referenced by my colleague from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, on loan servicing did not only review records prior to your time as Secretary. The OIG did a review of records from January 2015 through September 2017, which means that the OIG did find failure to adequately supervise loan services during while you were Secretary. While I'm glad you collected something from services for their noncompliance, the record should reflect that this amount only represents less than 0.1% of the $1.7 billion that budgeted for servicing. Given that 61% of the reports reviewed by the OIG showed failures, I would have expected a larger collection. Second, Madam DeVos, you mentioned the importance of allowing the federal work-study to better align with students' career goals, but failed to mention that you propose to cut the program by more than half in your budget. And third, during my questioning, I asked if the disparate impact analysis is legal and required under Title VI and the regulations. Your response was yes, we continue to enforce it as it has been regulated to date. Based on that, I can assume that when data show that a school district policy or practice has potentially discriminatory effect, for example, when a district is expelling black students at a rate disproportionately higher than white students, that the Office of Civil Rights under your leadership will be opening investigations when data show the discriminatory effect in compliance with that regulation. With that, I recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier this year, I introduced the SOAR Reauthorization Act of 2019. This legislation reauthorizes the DC Opportunity Scholarship Program for 5 years, providing low-income students in the District of Columbia scholarships to attend high-quality elementary and secondary private schools. 91% of students participating in the programs are minorities with an average family income of $24,000. These scholarships provide a lifeline to students who would not have opportunities to achieve academic success otherwise. Like you, Secretary, I have met some of these wonderful families and have seen the hope this particular legislation brings to pass. Secretary DeVos, I want to thank you for your requesting increased funding for the DC Opportunity Scholarship Program. In your opinion, two-part question, why is it important for Congress to act now and reauthorize the DC Opportunity Scholarship Program, and what are some of the possible impacts of a lapse in funding for this program?
Well, Congressman, first let me say thank you for your leadership on championing this in your committee and in your body. I think that, well, first of all, the Opportunity Scholarship Program is serving students' needs today, and there's a demand, an increased demand for more students to be able to participate. So there's a demand for more opportunity. That's why we've asked for an increase in funding there, doubling that program. And then it's important to act because these students' opportunities are going to run out if the funding is not reauthorized and if it's not made a permanent part of their ability to plan. We know that more than half the students in the District of Columbia actually choose schools different than their assigned one, and this is made for very robust and great improvement on many levels.
That's an interesting point that you just made. I don't want to get past that over half, or right at half of these students would choose a different school. That's important, and it empowers the parents in these families to make the best education choices. There have been many claims, we've heard some interesting claims even today by my Democratic colleagues about the SOAR Reauthorization Act of 2019 diverting resources from the public schools. How would you respond to those claims, specifically in regards to the three-sector approach of this legislation?
Well, the District of Columbia has done a great job of addressing the needs of all students and allowing for students to find the right fit for them. It should be a model everywhere, frankly. Students need to go where their education is going to work and fit for them, and Washington, D.C. has been a good model for this, and all students' achievement has been improved as a result of having these choices and the competition between the various kinds of schools.
I think the evidence supports that. Let me switch topics and kind of go into the higher education, if I could, please, and talk about historical black colleges and universities. I represent the largest HBCU in the country. My wife is a two-time graduate of Winston-Salem State. I represent A&T. We have a little Aggie Ram thing about football season, but that's a different time to talk about. I do understand the importance and the roles, and have seen the great work that some of our HBCUs are doing, and the role they play in the higher education system. Secretary DeVos, from my understanding, your budget requested included $626.4 million for programs related to HBCUs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you elaborate on the initiatives and plans of the department to improve academic quality and increase opportunities in the aforementioned HBCUs?
Well, we think this President and this administration know and respect the value that HBCUs bring to higher ed in our country, and we continue to support them in their missions. I meet regularly with the presidents of many of the HBCUs and the leadership of their consortium, and continue to look for ways for them to be able to strengthen the programs they're offering and to be able to offer more students the opportunities that they already have.
3 years ago, Senator Tim Scott and I partnered for the first time ever to bring more than 80 chancellors of historical black colleges and universities to Washington, D.C. It was a way that we could hear firsthand and see what the issues and the concerns were. You were gracious enough, I think it was maybe our second year that you came out after being named Secretary of Education, that you came. One of the things that we learned from those meetings is the importance of Pell Grants. And how with an estimated 70% of students eligible for Pell Grants, one of the things that we learned was to not just have these in the spring and summer, but to be able to incorporate those year-round. With your support, we were able to see that come into law. My final question for you is, how does the department's budget expand access to these Pell Grants?
Well, the budget proposes expanding Pell Grants to short-term, high-quality programs so that students can access certification and certificate programs that don't take a full semester or a full year. And we think this is an important next step to modernize the Pell offering.
Thank you for your service. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here today. I listened to Congressman from North Carolina talk about Pell Grants. I'm 40 years retired college professor in Greensboro at Bennett College. My question, in terms of following up on that, Pell Grants are great. Many of our students who attend HBCUs, 80–90% of them depend on it and financial aid. And yes, we've expanded it year-round, but I think we also we've got to expand the money year-round, because if you stretch it out and we don't put the additional dollars in, that doesn't help very much, but it's certainly an opportunity for students to do better. Is it true that your 2019 your fiscal year 20 budget plan fails to request reauthorization of mandatory funding for MSIs, resulting in a cut of $255 million for MSIs, including $85 million to HBCUs, which represents some of our lowest endowed institutions? And I want to move quickly, so if you could tell me if you know that, yes or no.
Well, ma'am, the budget has proposed consolidating many of those smaller grants into one that could be better targeted to the institutions and primarily the students that need it most, to give more flexibility to meet individual students' needs.
So that's a yes or no?
Well, it's a proposal to consolidate some of the smaller line items into one with a mission to serve those students more broadly and more effectively.
Thank you. All right. What was the rationale for eliminating funding that many institutions depend on, which could eventually force a handful of them to close?
We, again, have made budget requests on the discretionary side. We also know that the mandatory side, of course, is not impacted by any of the budget requests. We continue to want to ensure that students have the most opportunity to access the funds that Congress intends to reach the most needy and vulnerable students.
Okay, let me move on, because I've got a lot I want to ask. It appears to me that the department may have its priorities a little bit confused, because it's willing to see schools who have filed or filled an important historical mission and educates a large percentage of low-income, first-generation college students face hardship, yet continue to prop up low-performing and unscrupulous for-profits. So I want to touch on a line of questioning that Ms. Bonamici started. You said that the decision is provisional, but it still doesn't make a lot of sense to me. In fact, the decision to recognize and ignore the thorough analysis conducted by your staff, who concluded that ACICS did not meet two important recognition criteria: competency and conflict of interest. So are you aware that less than a month after you re-recognized the ACICS, Education Corporation of America, a large for-profit chain accredited by ACIS, closed 70 campuses in 18 states that enrolled 1,900 students, 19,000 students? Are you aware of that?
Well, Congresswoman, with regard broadly to ACICS, we again followed the judge's order to consider 36,000 pages of information that had not been considered by the previous administration. And
so you are aware of
the report to which you're referring also did not take into account that information.
Okay, Madam Secretary, are you aware of that? Can you say yes or no?
I am aware of the process that we went through.
All right, well, let me move on. You're not going to give me a yes or no. So, are you aware that in the year leading up to your decision to re-recognize ACA, 61 accredited schools were closed? 61.
Again, Congresswoman, we followed the process that we followed a very thorough process in re-examining ACICS's ability to accredit, and are confident that the process was done accurately, particularly given the court order to consider 36,000 pages of unconsidered information.
What then is the justification for not seeking input from the Statutory Advisory Committee with the sole function of providing policy recommendations to you, primarily related to accreditation and the accreditor?
Again,
I only have a few seconds.
Well, again, we underwent a very thorough process.
All right, let me just say that the answers that you've provided reveal a fundamental lack of concern for the tens of thousands of students that were taken advantage of because of shoddy oversight by ACICS. And Mr. Chairman, I think it would be nice if we had a department that actually put students first, particularly students who view higher education as their ticket out of poverty. I was one of those. So, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, you haven't had a chance to answer a lot of questions. Is there anything you want to add to fill out, maybe round out an answer to a question so far?
Well, there have been a number of things on which I was not able to really comment, and I think it's difficult if issues are being conflated, and I also am here not to answer multiple choice questions, but really to have an exchange on a number of issues that are of mutual concern to all of us. Our concern is about students, and so I will try to address them as I need to again. But
All right.
thanks.
Thank you, Madam
Thanks for the opportunity.
Well, and I think what is of mutual concern to all of us is certainly the rising cost of college. And so something that we have found in Texas is that dual credit classes make a huge impact. If a student takes a dual credit class at the high school level, they have a higher percentage they have a higher GPA in college, they graduate sooner, they graduate with less debt, and they're more likely to graduate from college at all. So rigor in high school makes a difference in college graduation rates. And I think that everybody here cares about more children successfully finishing high school and then going on successfully getting a college degree and being educated. I think that's what everybody in this committee is really committed toward. And so, again, going back to dual credit is very, very successful. In my time in the Texas legislature, authored legislation to make sure that students that took dual credit classes would receive funding from the state of Texas. And I've seen some really great innovations at home. I'll highlight one of my districts, Allen Independent School District. They're building a dual credit academy that would actually provide an associate's degree when the student finishes high school with their community college. And so that actually saves the taxpayer money because you're already paying for that high school degree. And so if they graduate with an associate's degree, you're that much better off. One of the things I've had discussions with on both sides of the aisle is having the Department of Education recognize high schools like Allen Independent School District that are actually doing a good job having more dual credit classes. Have you given any thought on how the Department of Education can participate in recognizing schools that are doing a good job across the country on a state-by-state basis that are doing a good job on dual credit?
Sure. Well, we talked about this a bit, and I think it's a great idea, one that we should look into to perhaps recognize creativity in this area in a new way. It's not an area that we've had any kind of formal recognition in, but I'd be happy to work with you to consider a program such as that.
All right. Well, it's certainly something I think that is important, for our country. We need to have more people who are highly educated, and I think that clearly rigor in high school means results in college, and dual credit is definitely, without any doubt, has a definite positive impact that way. So I look forward to working with you on that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Secretary. Thank you for coming here today. And I agree with our colleagues that we're all looking to create an education system that is better for our children. And I think one of the ways we can do that is making sure that teachers, along with administrators, and certainly the kids, work towards that direction and working together. So one of the things that I've known from my history previous to coming here to Congress is that a relationship between the employer and the employee works best when they work cooperatively. So one of the things that you recently talked about is that you were thankful for the Supreme Court decision in Janus because it freed up those who believe or have been coerced to be participants in something they did not want to participate in. In reality, teachers are being targeted, spammed, coerced by groups such as Mackinac Center that you probably know something about, and Public Policy from the Freedom Foundation. They've called, they've emailed, they've advertised, they've gone door to door trying to get teachers to leave what they believe is a fair foundation for learning, and that's their union. If teachers are choosing to join unions, why the two foundations that your family is associated with are the top givers to those groups that are trying to get people to leave what they're believing, and that's joining a union? Why would you do that?
Well, Congressman, I'm an advocate for freedom across the board, and we have a very significant proposal to help teachers exercise more freedom in their own professional development.
The very thing that you spoke against is about...
Congressman, can I please...
You can, but I want to make sure you answer the question I'm asking.
Well,
and that's one of the relations. Call to email, advertise, and door to door. That's not an educational program. That's coercing. And in your statements, you talked about that. So that's what I'd love to have you answer.
And Congressman, the proposal that our administration has put forward would allow teachers to determine their own professional development and to take advantage of developing themselves with autonomy and not be assigned to do so by their district or their building or whatever, but allow them to
What does that have to do with joining unions? They're not being assigned to join a union.
And the Janus decision has allowed teachers to decide whether to be part of a union or not.
Absolutely.
So I'm talking about the proposal that we have put forward to elevate teachers and their profession and to continue to help them in their own development, to develop a mentorship and residency program.
So what does that have to do with joining unions? You're not answering that.
It doesn't have anything, it has to
So
do with supporting
why are you answering
teachers.
that when we talk about...
It has to do with supporting teachers, and that is what we are...
But I'm not asking about supporting teachers. You took a public position suggesting that joining a union of their own free will was something that you didn't believe in. So you're now answering me.
I said I was pleased that they now have the ability to decide whether or not...
They've already
to
had
be a
that
part.
ability, as you know. But you, through your foundations that you're associated with, have coerced, have sent letters, have gone door to door, doing exactly what you said they shouldn't do. So I'm finding it very
Congressman,
difficult
when
to...
I took this job, I resigned from anything and everything outside of this job.
So you no
I am
longer believe
focused-
that?
I am focused on students.
So you no longer
and I am
believe in that?
focused on supporting teachers and great teachers to be able to advance in their jobs.
So do you believe the teachers should have the ability to join a union?
Clearly, they should.
Okay, so you believe in
They should have an
democracy?
ability to not, if they decide not to.
We agree with that. It's called democracy. It's something we do here in this country pretty well. But do you still believe, you told me you resigned from the foundations, that you no longer believe in coercement? Because that foundation helped pay to those organizations to call, knock on doors, coerce. Do you still believe in that?
Congressman, I am here for one job and one job.
Do you still
alone.
believe in that?
I
It's a
am
very
here-
simple question. It's not
and
multiple
it's a very
choice.
simple
It's
answer.
yes or no. And
I
I
am
want to
here
be
to
respectful.
support
Well, you
students
also have to
and
respect
their
us
futures.
in actually answering the questions. And that's the part that you and I can agree with. We're here to try to ask questions and get answers. And that's the way we work together. But when you start answering something I did not ask, that's very disrespectful. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Madam Secretary, thank you for being here today. First, I want to applaud your dedication to freedom and education. Not only does that result in more choices, but also more innovation, which I think our system desperately needs. I also want to offer to you that it is not your responsibility to educate students. You're not in the classroom. That is a responsibility first and foremost of parents, then of teachers, administrators, schools, under the auspices primarily of local and state governments, not the federal government. You can offer opportunity, guidelines, even restrictions, but your job is to carry out federal law as it relates to your department as determined by the President of the United States. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Thank you. I wanted to speak just a moment on higher education. I know you've already discussed this at great length, but we had a hearing not too long ago on this that was mentioned earlier, and I was very disappointed that the panel's consensus seemed to be that the answer was more federal money. There was a reluctance to even discuss how colleges and universities might lower their cost. And as you know, there's really been no incentive for higher education to lower its cost, especially when the federal government's guaranteeing all these loans. So can you speak to that and how we might entice or get colleges and universities to look at that side of the equation?
Well, Congressman, it's a complex question for sure, and it's a concern. And I have a graph here that I think very graphically illustrates the rise in costs from $7,000 for a four-year degree in 1980 to now on average $19,000 in public universities. So it confirms what you've already raised the specter of. I think we start by helping students with more information and giving them more tools when making a decision about where to go to school. And part of our Next Gen initiative is to add information to the college scorecard that will allow students to compare at a program level by institution what the cost of that education is going to be and what their likelihood is in terms of earning potential at a program level, which is going to be far more valuable than the information that we currently have, which just gives an average for a school, which doesn't tell you the dramatic differences between, say, if you're a history major, perhaps, or an engineer. And that's one tool that I think that we can provide students. I think we need to work together, and I look forward to proposals that might be advanced from this body around how to hold schools accountable or how to have them have some skin in the game. I've not yet heard a really good proposal advanced that might get after this, but the reality is that there is no incentive to restrain costs.
Thank you. My last question has to do with something that also has already been discussed, and that is, I know that you're as dedicated as anyone to preparing the next generation of workforce, and that entails all kinds of things in education. In my district, we have at least 2 school districts that have career centers. And it is really cutting-edge, innovative stuff, and I know there's a lot of these around the country, but I would invite you to visit someday. I think you'd be impressed, because high school students are graduating with state certifications to go right into jobs, and everything from being certified welders to certified phlebotomists. One of them, Ben Barber in Mansfield, is starting a new program to teach high school students how to operate and maintain drones, because that's an emerging market demand. And I want to know what your department and what your budget is doing that would help these collaborative efforts like that, so that we can help educate these kids that are not going to go to college.
Well, we have a couple of areas in which we've focused, proposed focused resources. One is around the Education Freedom Scholarships Initiative. Programs could be created in states to really enhance career and technical education options for students, and provide new ways to do that, provide transportation dollars for students. And then on the other side, we have in the budget the $1.3 billion around the Perkins 5, and to support continued implementation of these opportunities, both at the high school and post-high school level. And then a pre-apprenticeship program that we've proposed to the tune of $60 million that would help students that that need to actually come back to school before they can even be considered for an apprenticeship. But the whole notion of career and technical education opportunities is one that states have begun to address in specific ways. There are many more opportunities to do what is necessary both for students and for their opportunities in terms of employment. And the best way to do that, I think, is a cooperative effort on a regional level between employers and educators, really looking at and addressing the needs of that region.
Great. Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time to Dr. Fox.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired.
Sorry.
The gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Madam Secretary, thank you for being here today. I wanted to just start somewhere where I think we would be on the same page, which is the mission statement of the Department of Education. Can you just tell us the one-sentence mission statement of the Department of Education?
The mission statement of the Department of Education is to help students be prepared for their futures.
Okay, good.
Mission that I'm focused upon.
I'll just read it. I'm not trying to trap you here. So it's to promote student achievement and preparation for global competitiveness by fostering educational excellence and ensuring equal access. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Great. So putting students first is essential to fulfilling the mission, as you've mentioned in your statements, and that includes the Department of Education's role in setting standards for the schools that take federal student aid money to ensure that students are actually getting that quality education through a process of accreditation, which for people out there is sort of like the good housekeeping seal of approval in order to get government money. And so we got to make sure that we get this right, because if the standards aren't strong enough, and if the institutions are just out to scam students and taxpayers or don't provide a good education, then everybody loses. But here's the thing about accreditation agencies. They're actually funded through fees from the very institutions that they regulate. So there is potential for real conflicts of interest here, and that's why it's important that the Education Department sets up some standards to hold them to account. And the standards have to make sure that we're not playing into the old adage of the foxes guarding the hen house, right? You know that phrase, the foxes guarding the hen house, means that someone who cannot be trusted has been chosen to protect someone, kind of like a bank robber guarding a bank. Okay, so earlier this year, you convened a committee to rewrite these basic standards in a process called negotiated rulemaking. Out of the 17 voting members on this committee, how many slots were allocated to representatives of students, since we're putting students first?
Well, Congresswoman, let me just say that I'm very proud of and excited about this process.
I know you are. You've said that. I just wanted to know how many slots on the committee were allocated to students.
Negotiators were selected by a career team.
How many slots were allocated to students out of 17? If you don't know the answer, I'm happy to provide it to you.
The negotiating team was
I'm just
put
going
together.
to, I'm sorry, Secretary,
was put
we're only
together by the
given
career
5
staff
minutes, so let me,
based upon the
reclaiming my time,
requirements
I
of
asked
the-
you a very
of the
specific
rulemaking
question.
process.
Secretary, let me answer the question that you haven't answered, which is 2 slots out of 17 were provided to representatives of students. How many slots were provided to attorney generals? State attorney generals.
Again, Congresswoman, the negotiating team was assembled by career staff in accordance
So the
with
answer to the
negotiated
question,
rulemaking process.
the answer to the question is no state attorney generals were on the committee. Why is that important? Because state attorneys general, like mine, Bob Ferguson in Washington State, are some of the biggest players in actually protecting students from low-quality institutions. Now, I want to go on to talk about the actual list. As I look at the list of who you appointed, and I understand what the process was, there were essentially, the remaining slots were owners of several for-profit colleges, 2 major accreditors of for-profit colleges, and other industry representatives. And in my mind, that's sort of like putting the foxes in charge of the hen house. So let's just talk about the rules as an example of what happened out of this committee. Under the new rules, if a school stops living up to its accreditor standards, in many cases because it's providing a subpar education, how long would the accrediting agency have to take action and inform students that there is a problem?
Congresswoman, as you well know, the negotiated rulemaking process requires that
I'm just
public
asking you how long they would
that
take.
I'm not going to comment on the specific
Okay, well,
recommendations
let me,
of
that's
the
fine.
commission.
You have
I'm going to talk about the next steps in the process.
That's not my question, and I control the time, Madam Secretary, with all due respect. So
I guess
my
you don't really
question
want to
was,
have a
my
dialogue.
question was, how long would the accrediting agency take to take action and inform students that there's a problem? The answer to that question with the rule that you are proposing is 4 years. 4 years is the time that a student is in college. The entire time, they could be at an agency that is subpar, that is taking their money, that is taking taxpayer dollars, and yet not even know that that is the case. So
Of course,
let's look
you'll
at...
have opportunity to comment
Let us
during
look,
the public
you will
comment
be able to
period
do
in
that if the chairman wants to give you time at the end of my time, but I control my time. So let's look at another rule here, which is it makes it easier for schools to buy out campuses that shut their doors to students while leaving taxpayers on the hook for outstanding debt. So Wall Street investors could come in, they could take over a struggling campus, they could make a profit from that buyout, and then face very limited consequences to actually educate students who paid tens of thousands of dollars. Madam Secretary, I know my time is over, but I would just say that we have to make sure that the Department of Education is protecting our students and our taxpayer dollars, and these rules do not do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, did you want to comment?
Sorry?
Did you want to comment?
I just wanted to comment that this process will now unfold to a draft rule being released, and that you will have ample time to weigh into during the public comment period. That's what the rulemaking process does, and that's what we intend to do. And so there will, if there are issues about which you disagree or others disagree, there will be ample time to weigh into that. The negotiators did a great job. I'm proud of the work that they did. I'm proud that they reached consensus on a number of different issues that were very wide-ranging and difficult, and I'm looking forward to the next steps in that process.
Thank you. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Thank you for being here. I think one of the things that I wasn't initially going to comment on here today, but I'm a little bit surprised. I'm glad you haven't taken the bait and felt that the federal government should be a lot more in education than it is, and that you understand our Constitution. I think it bothers me that so many people get out of our school systems and come to see me as a congressman to help them improve their local school districts. And they have, first of all, no respect for our Constitution and the authority the states and locals have, and almost as sad, they seem to have a complete contempt for their local school districts and state governments, and that they want you to send more bureaucrats to run around and look over the shoulders of local administrators, local school boards. So And thankfully you held your ground. Do you have any suggestions what we can do to make sure that the next generation of Americans understands the role of federal government or the limited role of federal government in education under our Constitution?
Well, Congressman, I think there's a great opportunity for all schools to take seriously the, I think, responsibility to prepare young people to be good citizens and to learn about their nation's history in a way that is current and relevant and practical, and that gives them a foundation on which to then go out and form their opinions and debate ideas. Okay.
We've talked before about Ability One programs and state programs in which people with different abilities than ourselves have an opportunity to experience the satisfaction of work, the ability to earn their own paycheck, and the ability to have a setting in which they're able to socialize with so many people. Right now, there are people out there who want to get rid of these, what used to be called sheltered workshops, now we call work centers. I wonder if you could comment in the future if there's a direction the department would like to go with regard to protecting not just these work centers, but even more the people who work in them.
Well, Congressman, I know that you have a great heart for these individuals and some of the opportunities that are within your district. And with regard to the specific guidance that you're asking about, we're still in the process of evaluating and reviewing it, and know that we share the same goal of ensuring that all individuals have, particularly individuals with disabilities, have the opportunity to work in an environment that is challenging for them and that works for them, and that they will have choices in that prospect as well. So we will continue to work together to try to meet that end.
Okay, there are so many tens of thousands of people who enjoy working in their current settings, and I know it's so difficult. You get this big job, and the number of rules and laws that you're responsible for and the number of employees you're responsible for is so overwhelming. Do you think you'd ever be able to take time out of your busy schedule and tour one of these facilities and see firsthand what's going on?
I would love to be able to. I know our Assistant Secretary, Johnny Collette, has, and said he really appreciated his visit and his gained a much greater understanding of the places that you've been referring to.
Okay. Now I'd like to switch gears entirely to dual enrollment programs. And we've got to do what we can to get people in the world of work without excessive student loan debt. And quite frankly, the earlier they get to work in their life, the quicker they'll be able to afford a new house, quicker they will be able to get married and have children. Do you think an advanced degree can guarantee that students are receiving a high-quality education that can lead to a good job in their field? Or do you have a comment in general on what we can do to facilitate dual enrollment programs?
Well, this administration does support much more robust dual enrollment opportunities, as well as supporting a variety of career paths that heretofore really haven't been supported in the ways that we think they should be, and that there is opportunity for so many students to pursue a really meaningful career that does not require a four-year college or university degree. And so we will continue to support all of those initiatives that enhance those opportunities and support states and regions in their efforts to specifically address those opportunities in their geographies.
Well, I appreciate you standing up to the special interests, and there's money to be made in standing in the way of this dual enrollment programs and the accreditation, but I appreciate you standing up to the people who think the accreditation group comes first and the students come second. So thank you again for coming over here today.
Thank you. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this important hearing, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for your service and for being here this afternoon. Since 2014, more than 500,000 students have been displaced by college closures, and of those, just shy of 85%, or about 425,000, attended for-profit colleges. In my home state of New York, there were over 13,000 students displaced by for-profit college closures. More concerning are the high percentage of women Pell Grant recipients, and minorities impacted by these closures. Just in my district, 2015, the closure of the for-profit school Everest Institute left 462 students in chaos. Many students attending for-profit colleges are working adults with families often living paycheck to paycheck while trying to invest in their future and provide a better life for their families, non-traditional students in many cases. And when the schools shut down, there are students who fall on even harder times, perpetuating the cycle of poverty that many are trying to escape in the first place. Just last month, 24 schools in the Argosy chain closed, stranding nearly 10,000 students. These closures are yet another in a long line of major school closings that are unlikely to be the last. The handling of these closures are poor examples of leadership, and with all due respect, I think the department has missed multiple opportunities to protect students from the hardships of college campus closures, so I do want to discuss those issues. With previous for-profit college closures such as ITT Tech, the department required them to post a $250 million letter of credit to cover costs associated with closing the institution. According to the department's pre-acquisition review paperwork, at the time Dream Center purchased Argosy campus in 2017, the department had roughly a $100 million letter of credit on file to cover liabilities if the institution's closed. Obviously, it's come to a point where that letter of credit would be important. Was the letter of credit on file with Argosy on the last day of its closure, do you know?
Congressman, let me just say that schools closing is always unfortunate and regrettable, and our focus with school closures is on students and helping them transfer to another program if they're able to. We are working closely with every school that is in the process of closing or has closed to ensure that those funds that were retained are used appropriately, and that students have every opportunity to continue their studies if they choose to, and if programs are found for them to be able to continue.
And I appreciate that. Do you know, though, in response directly as it relates to my question, do you know whether there was a letter of credit on
I will be happy to get back with you if you submit a question for the record on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. I will say that I think it's hard for us to know. There's a lack of transparency around this. However, as evidenced by the department's court filings, in November of 2018, the department either gave back or let all outstanding Dream Center letters of credit lapse and had no letters of credit on file as of the closure. And I find, obviously, I find that troubling. I dealt with letters of credit, insurance, and collateral as a chairman of the Insurance Committee in the New York State Assembly, and find this, frankly, if it's true, financially irresponsible. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit the following court filing from November 19, 2018 into the record, showing that no letter of credit was on file with the department in November of 2018.
Without objection.
If I might also, I want to just talk about making hard choices to protect taxpayer dollars, which all of us, I know, are very, very committed to. But I'm concerned that the allegiance lies with corporations when there's been an unwillingness to cut funding from critical programs that benefit students and taxpayers. And I'm afraid that there's too little required of corporate actors, and handing them tens of millions of taxpayer dollars when the department is apparently, according to the filing, not responsible with letters of credit. Letters of credit help to guarantee that if there are closings, that we will have protections for them. And I want to know, Madam Secretary, if you would commit to publishing monthly reports indicating whether the schools have letters of credit and whether the department has those letters of credit on hand and how much they're worth.
Well, Congressman, let me first say that the school to which you're referring did have appropriate letters of credit, and we are continuing to work closely with schools that are in financial trouble. And let me just say that
I'm sorry, you said you didn't know, but you did. Is that? I'm sorry. Are you amending your answer that they did have a letter of credit?
The appropriate letters of credit have been in place for the institutions that you're referring to.
Well, but the court filings that I just submitted to the record indicate, and these are the department's court filings in conjunction with creditors, that the department either gave back or let all outstanding Dream Center letters of credit lapse, and that there were no credits on file as of the date of the closure.
Well, I will be happy to clarify with my staff and ensure that you have the information that you want and need.
Well, I appreciate that, and obviously what I would like to know in addition to that is if there was no letter of credit, what steps you would take to make sure that the liabilities were covered, or if not, who intends to cover those liabilities, and if there is a reduction in the face value of the letter of credit, how you made judgments around any payments or any exposure, because I assume at some point someone else is responsible for it, whether that's the individual student or taxpayers. I don't think I understand. So I would like very much some follow-up from you as to what those letters of credit are, which are protections for students. And frankly, having read some of the stories about students who are lapsed and having spoken with many of them in my office, both in my time as a state legislator and now, it is incredibly troubling.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Watkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary DeVos, thank you for your patriotism and your leadership. It's truly an inspiration. I want to start off today by telling you that education is a family profession. My mother, my little sister, my grandfather were all educators, and it's so very important to my family as well as the district that I represent, Kansas 2nd Congressional District. So all education is career education, and I know it's critically important to each one of us to increase educational opportunities for every single one of our constituents. I believe our nation should foster an all-of-the-above education environment, one that is inclusive of all types of learning, institutions, schools, colleges, universities. As a former student and a current veteran, I know firsthand that America's career education can empower individuals with opportunities for lifelong success. Through their earned benefits from years of military service, student veterans have a wealth of choices available to them for their higher education and career ambitions. Rightfully so, career education colleges like Wichita Technical Institute in my hometown of Topeka, for instance, represent pathways for so many student veterans to achieve their American dream. So, ma'am, I have a question. Every day we hear from employers seeking to hire more workers, but are unable to find them. As a result, many of them are looking to apprenticeships to meet the growing labor market demands. What are some common questions that you hear from employers who are interested in starting an apprenticeship or for workforce development programs?
Congressman, thanks for the question, and let me just add to your first statement about your family and how important education is. My mom was a public school teacher as well, and so we share that. Our focus continues to be on supporting multiple pathways to great careers. And when I speak with employers, most often their question is, how can we engage with educators and make sure that students are prepared for the opportunities we have right now, today? And that is my continued urging to both employers and to educators, is that they break down the silos that have existed and begin working together concertedly, because there are such tremendous opportunities, and those opportunities really vary region by region, state by state. So there is no one-size-fits-all approach, but we need to, from this level, make sure that the impediments that are in the way are broken down to the greatest extent possible, and then supported through the programs that are working, and programs that aren't should be revised or eliminated, and allow the states and local communities to really drive what is needed at the most local level.
It's very inspiring to hear. Thank you for that answer. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Ranking Member Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Madam Secretary, the President's budget request asked for an increase of $133.1 million over last year's funding levels to administer the student aid programs. The stated reason for this increase is to help implement your next generation financial services environment vision, which will update your technical and operational infrastructure to better support students with high-quality service. This all sounds encouraging. However, your agency has been met with lawsuits at every step of the procurement, including now. These disputes will likely delay your ability to proceed forward before the current student loan servicers contracts expire. There are over 34 million direct loan borrowers owing over $1.1 trillion who will be affected by the decisions your agency makes this year. I am monitoring the situation closely because students and their families deserve to know how this will impact their lives. From now on, I expect regular updates from you and your staff about this ongoing procurement, during which I expect to hear specific and realistic alternative timelines to implementing NextGen. While I appreciate NextGen as a prospective solution, Congress needs to know our programs will continue to be carried through without interruption while you're working on implementation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. We hear you.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Secretary, countless news sources have reported on the conflict of interest that run rampant through your top aides, especially those advising you on higher ed and loan servicing. When responding to questions about these conflicts, you have failed to adequately convince Congress and the American people that these conflicts do not interfere with the billions of taxpayer dollars flowing from education to corporate interests. Today, I would like to better understand your decisions for selecting aides and ensuring that their conflicts do not harm taxpayers. Last May, 4 of my colleagues on this committee sent your general counsel a request for information about conflict of interest surrounding your $2 billion NextGen loan servicing solicitation. Given that this solicitation is given, I would like some information about the team that's leading it. Does Dr. A. Wade Johnson, is he the one that's spearheading this solicitation?
Dr. Johnson is head of the NextGen initiative.
All right. According to New York Times investigation, Dr. Johnson was the founder and chief executive of a private student loan company, Reunion Student Loan Financing Corporation, before assuming his official role with the department. Is that correct?
That probably is correct.
Yes, it is.
Let me just interject. And
I would like to continue.
And I would like to make clear that
we'll
all
give
of
you
the
some
individuals,
time. I will get to it. Thank you so much. Dr. Johnson was also the executive at the two financial services companies, First Data Corporation and TSYS. Additionally, Dr. Johnson was hired at least one other TSYS veteran, Mr. Patrick Fox. Have any of Dr. Johnson's previous employers bid on elements of NextGen solicitation?
Congresswoman, all of my staff, all of my team at the Department of Education and Federal Student Aid has gone through their ethics process, has taken and takes their ethics obligations very seriously. We don't have conflicts, and we will not be conflicted. We continue to have a robust screening process, and can stand and be very resolute about that.
So given that there is about $2 billion per year in taxpayer dollars flowing through this program, will you commit to releasing communication between the procurement team and any of Dr. Johnson's former employees?
So all of the procurement is walled off from the rest.
That would just be yes or no. Would you be committed to releasing any communication between Dr. Johnson and his employees?
Not to releasing internal communication, but the procurement team is walled off from the rest of the team, and the procurement process is very definitely prescribed as to how it has to happen.
That has not clearly answered my question. The federal acquisition regulations have a section on conflict of interest. It states The general rule is to avoid strictly any conflict of interest or even the appearance of conflict of interest in government contract relations. While many federal laws and regulations place restrictions on actions of government personnel, their official conduct must, in addition, be such that they would not have no reluctance to make a full public disclosure of their actions. You seem to have reluctance to make a full public disclosure of the actions of the head of the department's largest single procurement team, despite there being obvious appearance of conflict of interest. How is your denial to release communication in line with extremely high conflict of interest standards that's required by federal law?
The individual you have referred to is not part of the acquisition or procurement team.
Okay. But we need the communication that is happening between the procurement team
As I
and
told you,
the employers of Dr.
that
Johnson.
process is walled off from any other process.
Well, the public believes that there is a conflict of interest. The investigations say that there is a conflict of interest. If there is the appearance of conflict of interest, the American people have a right to know and make sure that there isn't a conflict of interest. Thank you for your time. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Musser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Secretary DeVos. Nice to have you with us. Thank you as well for your many years of work, philanthropy, and support of educating America's young people in private schools and in public schools. In Pennsylvania's 9th District, where I represent, and I think in all districts, the education of our young people is an enormously important component for economic growth and quality of life. I know your department appreciates the importance of helping students explore the many pathways to success, whether that be four-year university, career and technical education, or vocational schools. We do need to assure that there is an effective plan in place so students can make choices and have options that best suit their skills and interests. Your department has demonstrated a commitment to this goal by strengthening CTE, which is very appreciated, and implementing short-term Pell Grants. And I am certain that those initiatives have benefited many families throughout my district, so I appreciate it. Also in my district, we have a school, Conrad Weiser School District, created the Ben Franklin Science Research Institute to foster STEM education. Secretary, I believe you are familiar with this program from your time serving as the chair of the Philanthropy Roundtable. They are familiar with you, and I certainly appreciate your support of this innovative program, as do many. Currently, the program uses nonprofit funding to purchase research equipment and opportunities to showcase individual research. They are in the process presently of applying for the Educational Improvement Tax Credit, which is a Pennsylvania program that offers corporations tax credits for donating to organizations for worthwhile STEM programs such as this. I know that the Pennsylvania's EITC credit will help this program grow and improve. Can you speak as to how your Education Freedom Scholarship proposal would allow schools and initiatives such as this across the nation to create similar opportunities for their students?
Thanks, Congressman. First, the Education Freedom Scholarship Program will improve education for all students. Students who can participate and make different choices for their education. And what it would do is provide states like Pennsylvania or any other state that opted to be a part of it, create new options and new opportunities. So the programs that you're referring to could be part of a menu of choices given to students in Pennsylvania for their futures and to find their right niche for their pursuing their career and their meaningful future.
Great. They will be very helpful, and they will be put to some very important use for, I'm sure, thousands and thousands of students. And I, as a member of Congress, do look forward to making the Education Freedom Scholarships a reality. Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance of my time to Dr. Fox.
Thank you very much. I'd like to follow up on that conversation about the Education Freedom Scholarships. Madam Secretary, I want to begin by correcting something that a couple of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have raised regarding the Education Freedom Scholarships proposal. They're disputing your argument that your proposal would not take any funds from public schools. My colleagues seem to believe that individuals' income belongs to the government and should be considered, quote, public money, end quote. I could not disagree more. We as a people have agreed to pay some of our income to the government in the form of taxes, but that does not mean the government is entitled to anyone's income. The Secretary's proposal gives taxpayers greater freedom in how their income, their property, is used to support education. If a state chooses to establish a program and a taxpayer chooses to support it with their income, we should support that choice. We should not claim ownership of that taxpayer's hard-earned money. Madam Secretary, would you like to say anything else about that?
Well, thanks, Congresswoman Fox. I concur with everything you've said. It is an inaccurate statement to say that it is taking public resources. These are voluntary contributions made to scholarship granting organizations to benefit kids and kids and their futures, and that's what it's all about.
One more quick comment. You showed a great chart a while ago how much the cost and what it is considered a four-year degree. I'd only like to suggest that in 1980 it probably was a four-year degree, and now it's a six-year degree, so the cost is even greater. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Harder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary DeVos, thank you so much for coming to join our committee today. I wanted to start by asking you to confirm a statement that you've made on the subject of literacy. I think in 2017, for National Literacy Month, you said, reading opens kids' minds and expands their world. Literacy is the foundation of learning, and it's the starting point on the pathway to the American dream. Can you confirm that you made that statement?
If you said I did, I probably did. You're reading from something, so.
I think it's on the website.
Something I would say.
Yeah, well, thank you. It sounds like something I actually happen to really agree with that. I was a late bloomer on literacy. I wasn't a confident reader until second grade. But I personally benefited from some of the literacy programs funded at the federal level, and so this is an issue that's very close to my heart. Do you know how many of our elementary and middle school kids currently are able to read at grade level according to the most recent national report card? Approximately how many?
Not nearly enough. Not nearly enough. In fact, it's well below 50%.
I think it's about a third. Does that sound about right?
That does sound about right, yes.
So I think we're in agreement about two things. One is that literacy is the foundation of learning. And second, that we're at a time where only 1/3 of our elementary and middle school kids can read at grade level. And so can you help explain to me why the budget that you proposed eliminates every single dedicated federal literacy program, including the innovative approaches to literacy, which provides books to school kids, and the LEARN program, which helps our school districts develop comprehensive literacy programs? Why would you cut those programs at a time like this?
Well, two things. First of all, we had to submit a budget that was 10% lower than the 2019 enacted. And so we chose to focus on programs that were going to most broadly benefit the students who are most in need and most vulnerable, protecting Title IX, protecting IDEA funding, and protecting English as a second language funding. And to suggest that the federal government is going to ultimately solve problems of literacy would suggest that over the last 50 years we would have seen dramatic improvements in literacy. The fact is we have not. The fact is that there's a study that just came out from Harvard and Stanford this week that shows that 50 years, the differences in performance on math, reading, and science tests between disadvantaged and advantaged U.S. students have remained essentially unchanged for 50 years.
What's the second reason?
I didn't say a second.
You mentioned the first. You mentioned there were two reasons.
I said the first thing is the budget we submitted, and second, there's this study that shows continued federal funding to try to fix problems has not yielded the results that we all hoped for. So our proposal is to pivot and do something completely different. That's why we have proposed an Education Freedom Scholarship.
Well, Secretary DeVos, and sorry for interrupting, I actually think this program's data is pretty clear. This program requires annual reports from its grant recipients, and children that benefit from access to reading materials from infancy to K-12 have dramatically increased rates of literacy, which are directly tied to this program and its funding. So I don't understand why you think it's such a hard choice to cut every single federal dedicated literacy program at a time when only 1/3 of our school kids can read.
The reality is that where we're seeing the most gains in terms of student literacy is those states that have decided to focus in on this and have expected that kids read by 3rd grade before being graduated on. We need to focus more on this, but those solutions are best done at the state and local level. We have continued to pour billions of dollars into federal funding for education only to see results continue to remain stagnant at best, and in many cases decline for the students who need the most help.
Well, Secretary DeVos, I hear your words, and yet one of the programs that you cut, the LEARN program, helps those states and local districts develop comprehensive literacy programs to actually solve this problem. And so, look, I think what kills me about this isn't just the context of the fact that we're cutting some of the most critical programs to improve literacy. It's the hypocrisy of what I see from this department. If you go on the website of the Department of Education right now, the picture is you reading a book to a kid. And that's phenomenal. And you've gone around the country reading books to kids, talking about the importance of literacy. But then you get back to Washington. You go into the cloak of bureaucracy in a back room somewhere, and you cut every single program. And indeed, you actually eliminate every single program fully developed and fully dedicated towards addressing the problem that you're actually saying needs to be solved. And I think that hypocrisy is disappointing, shocking, and frankly, really heartbreaking at a time when we have some real challenges in our educational system. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
And if I could just say that if these problems had been solved by the federal government, we would have seen different results in the last 50 years. We have not.
Thank you. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary DeVos, for being here today. I want to start first with a conversation that you and I had before this committee a year ago related to education savings accounts for military families. I think both of us agreed at that time that our military families deserve the best education options possible, yet far too often we hear complaints from military families about the lack of options when they move from installation to installation. Some localities offering a better education and not having better options to choose. A year ago when I introduced military education savings accounts, you expressed before this committee that the funding source, using impact aid dollars, prevented you from supporting that legislative proposal. I took that opposition to heart, and at the time you vowed that you and your team would work with us to try to find better options. So we reintroduced our legislation this year, and in this year's version, there are 0 cuts to impact aid. In fact, impact aid is not mentioned at all in our legislation. I wondered if you maybe could testify for a moment to the virtues of giving our military families better education options and whether you might be able to support this renewed effort without cutting impact aid dollars.
Well, Congressman, we share the same goals of helping our military families have more choice and more latitude as they do move around so frequently, and we know that there's a huge percentage that actually leave active duty because of this issue. So we have to find a way to give more families more choices. We have been working with the Department of Defense to see about a pilot program that they might be able to establish to test this out, but I'd be happy to work with you, to continue to work with you on finding a way to fund this in a way that's going to work to meet the needs of military families and work from a budget perspective.
We appreciate your commitment to doing that. I want to switch gears a little bit to another conversation that we've had before. Last year, I sent your department a letter requesting that you, quote, convene a senior-level working group to understand how the People's Republic of China attempts to gather U.S. technology on U.S. universities and college campuses, and to develop recommendations for protecting the U.S. technology advantage, end quote. I think we both agree that there is a serious threat on our college campuses today posed by our adversaries who steal our secrets, steal sensitive research on college campuses. Have we seen any progress over the past year since we exchanged letters on this subject?
Well, I know that there have been a number of meetings between agencies that do touch on students in our country, and we know that there is more concerted or more, I guess, there's more attention to specifics around that on the part of a couple of other agencies that have more direct
I understand at the time that we exchanged letters back in June and July of last year that you or your department received a briefing from the Intelligence Committee on these threats. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Can you tell us quickly, can you estimate how many of the senior leaders in your department have a security clearance to receive briefings of this nature?
I think it's a handful.
Very few?
Very few, yes.
Okay. Could we do more to grant more security clearances to your senior team to dive more
I'll be happy
deeply
to check into that and
into these
get back
issues?
with you.
Last week, Indiana University in my state ended their relationship with the Confucius Institute. MIT dropped grants from Huawei Technologies, again on the same subject. I assume that you see that as progress?
Well, I know that that's been, that the Confucius Institutes in particular have been an issue raised as an area of concern, yes.
So due to the briefings that you've received, the information that you've seen on this subject, you agree that the Confucius Institutes, the Huawei grants to college campuses that also do sensitive research poses a threat?
I think that that issue has been raised in both in our agency as well as other agencies, and there has been much more increased attention paid to these issues and schools that are taking this threat more seriously.
Has the Department of Education informed or educated college campuses about those threats?
We have raised the question. The Department of Education's purview really extends to college campuses reporting their relationship in terms of gifts and contributions, and we have been much more, I would say, assertive about insisting that they be accurate in doing so.
Last week, Acting Secretary Shanahan testified before the House Armed Services Committee. I asked him if he had ever engaged you on this subject. He said no. It's my belief that a intra-agency task force between Department of Education, the Armed Services Committee, and others would be valuable, if not voluntary on your part, something that Congress should require to happen in some form. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Secretary. I have good news. I think we can agree on a point that was made in your opening statement, and I think I'm quoting it properly, that great education should not be dependent on family income. Is that a correct quote? And I assume that also includes, it should not be dependent on zip code, fair to say? Yeah. And can we agree that that should be one of the primary goals of the Department of Education, that a good education is not dependent on those factors?
Yes, that's certainly one of my goals.
I have grave concerns that the program that you talked about, the Education Freedom Scholarships, does not bring us closer to that goal. And since it's been several hours since you discussed that proposal, I'll remind everyone that this would be a federal tax credit, dollar-for-dollar tax credit, to encourage voluntary contributions of up to $5 billion each year for scholarships to elementary and secondary students. And that's called the Education Freedom Scholarships. But I have to concur in what my colleague, Representative Fudge, said, that that just creates another hole in our federal budget. Your written testimony that the proposal does not divert a single penny away from public school teachers or public school students is just, with all due respect, inaccurate, because of course it does, because it takes away tax dollars that can be devoted to education. So the other thing about the Education Freedom Scholarships that I have to note is that it's completely dependent on voluntary contributions. And I don't understand how that will lift up poorer states or students in low-income districts. In response to one of my colleagues from Pennsylvania who made a statement earlier, you responded by saying, and I'm from Pennsylvania also, Madam Secretary, Pennsylvania has had great success in meeting students' needs. Well, I have to differ with you on that. The students in my district are not all on a level playing field. Indeed, we have a few districts that are terrific, great school districts, but we also have distressed school districts, and those school districts are not likely to benefit in any way from education freedom scholarships because the people who live in their districts or even in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania are very unlikely to contribute money because they simply don't have the wherewithal. I want to switch gears for a moment. I want to talk about the Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA. And it's my understanding that it was to strike an important balance in updating K through 12 law by putting states and districts in charge of how to best support struggling schools, but with the expectation that meaningful action would be taken to close persistent achievement gaps. And I'm sure you would agree with me, wouldn't you, Madam Secretary, that you are charged with implementing ESSA through oversight, monitoring, and enforcement of the law's requirements. You'd agree with me on that?
Yes.
Okay. I know that the department recently released 2018 performance reports for 6 states, and all 6 from that report were flagged to take immediate action to address significant compliance and quality concerns related to ESSA implementation. And I personally was very troubled by the number and the breadth of the issues that were revealed in those performance reports, particularly the findings that the states are not implementing their approved ESSA plans with fidelity. And that without strong federal oversight of the accountability measures in ESSA, there's little incentive for states to improve educational outcomes, at least under that law. So I'm concerned that your reorganization of the department may have diminished further this department's capacity to conduct adequate monitoring for noncompliance. And I'd ask if you could comment on that.
Well, Congresswoman, let me just say that we are committed to ensuring that states implement their ESSA plans per the law and that they are continuing to raise the bar for themselves and for students. And I have confidence that, that state leaders and state leadership want to see the best for their students, and we are wanting to be partners with them in ensuring that they are completing or following through on their plans as designated. And then let me just comment one moment on a couple of things
I'm going to be running out of time, and I want to get back.
That was absolutely.
I want to get back to my question, please. So regarding ESSA, is it your testimony that there has been no reduction in capacity for department staff that is charged with oversight and monitoring of the states?
No, the elementary and secondary education staff is very focused on ensuring that ESSA monitoring and compliance.
I don't think that answers my question, because my question wasn't whether they're focused. My question was whether their capacity, because of reduction of department staff, has been affected.
No, the capacity is not impacted, no.
Do you have the same number of department staff who are still charged with compliance?
We've had some attrition department-wide.
You replace those people who leave?
The ones that need to be replaced, the positions that need to be replaced are being replaced or have been replaced,
Let me move on. Each state was given 30 days to provide fresh evidence to the department to resolve those issues, and 3 states were required to submit amendments to their approved ESSA plans. Has that happened? Have you received that evidence?
I don't have the specific data on that. I'd be happy to get back with you if you'd like to submit a
Are there deadlines for the states to submit the evidence?
I'm sure there are, and again, if you have specific questions in that area, I would be happy with a question.
We will follow up with those. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Secretary. I represent the state of Idaho, and the The culture there is a little bit different than other parts of the country. It has a tendency to be more independent, self-sufficient, so you probably won't hear us make as much noise seeking federal help a lot of the time. But we do have some unique situations there. We've got about 2/3 of our land mass, which is federally owned, which takes those resources out, takes property tax off the table, but yet we still have the same constitutional responsibility for providing schools. And so I wanted to just get you to, or ask you to speak to perhaps some of the provisions and/or flexibility for using the funds that we do receive to address some of the unique characteristics of our state, broadband in rural parts of the state, for example, or enhanced transportation to try to make that more accessible for our student base, that type of thing. Can you speak to that just with what's in the budget or possible flexibility in those areas?
Sure. The Every Student Succeeds Act has a provision that actually no local districts have actually applied for yet that would allow them to take up to 5% of their Title I funding and use it around a student-centered pilot. And that is something that could interject a lot more creativity into how students' needs were met. I would love to see a local district actually take advantage of this flexibility that was built into the law. And then I would say a companion to that is the Education Freedom Scholarships proposal that, if Idaho were to become a part of that, would give a lot of flexibility around providing transportation for students to get perhaps from a small rural school to a career and technical education center, or to enhance a career and technical education center experience and opportunity for students from a large region. Really would give a great latitude to Idaho to be able to craft a program or programs that would be unique to the needs of Idaho.
Thank you for that. And just to follow up, if I may, along with those or maybe a little bit unique needs, in particular in the rural areas, there's a significant percentage of faith-based education facilities and also homeschool. Same question. Do these provisions apply in those situations?
Well, an Education Freedom Scholarship proposal enacted and opted into by Idaho would allow Idaho to address those particular communities and allow for students to choose those or to choose to be supported by those if that's what Idaho decided to use the funds for.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I yield the balance of my time to Representative Fox.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, I'd like to pursue the issue of ESSA a little bit. You have assured us that the department is carrying out its responsibilities appropriately. State plans have been approved. States are identifying their first batch of low-performing schools for improvement and issuing a national report cards on the student and school performance. Could you update the committee on the support you're offering states and school districts as implementation of the law continues, and expand on anything you were not allowed to say by my colleagues about this?
Well, thanks, Congresswoman. We have begun to receive waiver requests, and in addition to the regular monitoring and regular updating on ESSA plans and implementation, we're considering these waiver requests. We've received 72 thus far. 50 of them have been approved, most of them related to the 1% alternative assessment cap based on regulations that were finalized under the previous administration. And so we are continuing to work with states as they have amendments to and/or waiver requests for their plans. And then with regard to the previous exchange here, I just want to again reiterate the fact that contributions to Education Freedom Scholarships are from individuals' funds, not from, they are not taxpayer funds. They are voluntary contributions to be made by individuals or corporations. And I don't agree with the Congresswoman from Pennsylvania's notion that there would be no participants in Pennsylvania that would want to contribute. I know very much to the contrary, because they have a couple of tax credit programs in the state today that many from within Pennsylvania contribute to, and anyone could contribute to any state in the country, any 501c3 across the country. So those are just fallacies.
Thank you.
Gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBeth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary DeVos, for being here today. Madam Secretary, on March 13th, myself and 73 of my House colleagues sent you a letter regarding your actions preceding the closure of 24 colleges in the Argosy chain. This issue is very personal to me, as one of those now closed campuses is my district. It's in my district, leaving constituents of Georgia's 6th District wanting answers. A federal court appointed a receiver to wind down operations at Argosy. After reviewing the financial records of the Education Management Corporation sale to Dream Center, the court-appointed receiver stated in federal court filings that within 60 days of the sale, executives at Dream Center knew that the institutions were, and I quote, failing without the hope of redemption, end quote. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to enter these court filings into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Secretary DeVos, my question for you is, when did the department obtain this information?
Well, Congresswoman, again, let me just say that any school closure is unfortunate, and our focus has always been on helping students in those situations. We have been working with those
Secretary
schools.
DeVos, you're not answering my question. Please answer the question. When did the department obtain this information?
About this, the financial distress of the school?
The question that I asked is, what I'm asking is that, when did the department obtain the information about the closure of these schools?
Well, we obtained the information when the schools communicated their financial distress, and when we engaged immediately to ensure that students were helped in finding alternative programs to transfer to. Our focus, again, was on ensuring that students had opportunities other than the schools that they were going to not.
Secretary DeVos, we know that you didn't sufficiently look into the financials of this institution at the time of transfer. Have you investigated the financials of this institution more recently? And also, do you think that you're better equipped to determine the state of the financial situation of a school than the court-appointed official responsible for cleaning up your mess?
The Dream Center transaction was not approved by the department. It was still being studied and examined, and so there was no finality to a transfer, and the transaction was not formally approved by the department. So again,
Secretary
school
DeVos,
closures are
the
very
core function
unfortunate.
of the department in college oversight is ensuring the financial responsibility and administrative capacity of these institutions. Further, there was over $1 billion taxpayer dollars flowing to those schools annually as of the conversion. You're sending these schools billions of dollars. If the buck doesn't stop with you, where does it stop?
Congresswoman, we are very attentive to the needs of every student and every school that is serving them. And the fact is that we have continued to work with
Secretary
schools.
DeVos,
And
you are
let me
not
just say
answering
that
my
the previous
question.
administration went to war on
Secretary
these
DeVos,
schools.
you're not answering my question. My students in my district and people on this committee deserve to have reasonable answers to reasonable questions. So I'm going to
We
go
have
on
been
and ask
working
my
with the
second
students
question.
in your schools.
My second question to you is, if students had known that these schools are failing without hope for redemption, do you think they would have enrolled?
Students have chosen the schools based on the programs offered. And again, it is unfortunate when schools close. We have been working with students from every school to help them find an alternative to complete their programs. If they're not able to do so, or they choose not to do so, you know that they will go into the closed school loan forgiveness, and that is the process. We don't we are intent on helping students and helping schools in their in a situation where they are being forced
Secretary
to
DeVos,
close for
excuse me.
financial
You're
reasons.
going to have to deal with the fact that the individual appointed by a federal judge made that decision, correct?
Made the decision, I'm sorry, the decision of what?
Made the decision for closing the schools with no hope for redemption.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm following your question.
Okay.
The receiver?
Yes, the receiver.
Well, the receiver stepped into the situation, and we have been working with the schools and the receiver appropriately to continue to try to help students find an alternative program to transfer to.
Okay, Madam Secretary, I just have to say that these are insufficient answers to reasonable questions. The 1,500 students in my district, they need answers. And it's your role to discharge these loans. It is your role to protect those students. These students are counting on you. The department's failures under your leadership led to this crisis, and I urge you to assume responsibility and take the actions necessary to make these students whole. I yield back my time.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood.
Secretary DeVos, hi. I want to focus on students with significant cognitive disabilities. Like all students with disabilities, they have the right to the same opportunities as their peers without disabilities. Unlike their peers, though, students with significant cognitive disabilities may need what's called an alternative assessment so that they can access an education that allows them to fulfill their incredible potential. Research shows, though, that some kids' educational opportunities were being limited by the overuse of alternative assessments for students who didn't actually need them. So ESSA made an important fix by capping the number of students being tested with the alternative assessment. Now, knowing that states would need time to adjust to this new cap, Congress allowed for a waiver for this provision, and that was in 2015. I'm deeply concerned that now, in 2019, under your leadership, the department appears to be rubber stamping states' applications for these waivers and failing to be transparent. In the 2017 to 2018 school year, 23 states received waivers for at least 2 subject areas. Now, in their waiver application, states must include a plan and a timeline for improvement so that they can meet the cap requirement in the future. Secretary DeVos, I only have 5 minutes or 4 minutes now, so I'm just looking for a number, if you would. How many of those waiver applications have you made public?
Again, we've received 70 waivers. We have granted 52 of them.
Right.
And
How many
based
have you
on-
made
and
public?
Based on the regulations from the Obama administration.
So how many have you made public, ma'am?
When the waiver requests are decided upon, they go up onto the website. They're all available when they've been decided.
So the actual waiver,
Well,
waiver.
we don't put the waiver request on the website prior to deciding whether it's going to be approved or denied.
Okay, so the actual waiver has not been made public. However, this transparency is critical. That's why the information is required. If parents can't be sure that their kids are getting the right assessments, they can't be sure that their kids are getting a good education that allows them to fulfill their full, amazing potential. Will you commit to making these waiver applications public, the actual application?
No, we are not going to use the website as a filing cabinet. We're going to put the waiver requests, once they have been decided, whether they're approved or denied, as we have, we will continue to do so.
Right, I understand your willingness to release the outcome. We're looking for the application.
No, we're not going to do that.
Okay, your staff is already committed to this in conversations with our committee and our committee staff. Why won't you commit to it here today?
Well, I will be happy to circle back with the staff, but we have not, as a matter of course, put the applications on the website, but only the decisions once they have been made.
Well, I'm just asking for simple transparency on something that's really at its core a civil rights issue that your agency is bound by law to implement. So I'm really disappointed to hear that outcome, ma'am, and we will be following up on it. My next question is about the waivers that the states must demonstrate substantial progress towards achieving each component of the prior year's plan and timeline for improvement. As of February 27th, when you most recently provided this information to the committee in writing, you had approved 6 states for waiver extensions for this school year, 2018 to 2019. Did those states demonstrate substantial progress towards improvement as required by law?
Again, we have in total received 70 waiver requests. 17 of them have been denied. 52 of them have been approved. Most of them have been around the 1% alternative assessment cap.
Well, what we're looking for, ma'am, is transparency and that these things be made public. There's no way for us to know if you're not willing to release that information publicly. The outcome on its own is not enough. How would stakeholders know if progress has been made given that these plans aren't public?
But they are made public. All of the waiver requests are made public once the decision has been made. It is all public.
I'm looking for the exact number of the waivers that you've approved this year for states that received waivers last year.
If you would like to submit a question for the record, I will be happy to follow up with the specific information that you've required, but I've tried to be accurate in the number of waiver requests we've received, what we have decided upon, and the fact that all of those requests have been put up on the website once the decision has been made.
Okay, we will be following up, but it seems to me if you're going to come and ask this committee for a certain number of dollars for the upcoming year, that this is a very reasonable question to be asked in this setting, ma'am. And so the punting toward the question for the record, I think, speaks to the transparency issue that we've been getting at this morning. Withholding this information does prevent families and educators and IEP teams, these individual education plan teams, from being able to make informed decisions about the education of students with disabilities. It violates students' civil rights. It violates morality, and it violates both the spirit and the letter of federal law. And students with disabilities deserve better. Thank you for holding this hearing, Mr. Chairman, and Secretary DeVos. I'll be following up. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Schreier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Madam Secretary, thank you for joining us today. Your recent appearances have generated considerable media attention regarding the administration's proposal now for the third year in a row to eliminate all federal funding for the Special Olympics. And I just wanted to say as a pediatrician that I can tell you firsthand that my patients with Down syndrome and with disabilities consider the Special Olympics to be the absolute highlight of their lives. It takes a special kind of heartlessness to cut funding for the Special Olympics. And that's why, despite wanting to cut that, Congress has consistently funded the Special Olympics for these past 3 years. And we know that funding is safe, but I think the whole discussion really pulled the curtain back on some other cuts that really put families and children with special needs at risk. And these are really significant ones. So the first is that you've proposed flat funding of Part C of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, which in light of increasing need really is more like a cut in spending for infants and toddlers with disabilities. And this is a time, again, as a pediatrician, I talked with one of my colleagues this morning with a remarkable and devastating increase in the number of babies who are born addicted or exposed to drugs in utero. And those are exactly the children who will rely on these special programs. And as a pediatrician, I send kids all the time to the 0 to 3 programs, and they do require that. You've also proposed flat funding of the IDEA Act Part B. And if Part B were really fully funded like it's supposed to be, the federal government would cover 40% of the cost to educate a K-12 student with disabilities. Now, right now, embarrassingly, we are only funding 14.7%, and your flat funding would even cut that further to 13% for fiscal year 20. And so I believe we are headed in the wrong direction for the youngest children and for the K-12 children. And if you put this together with the attacks on Medicaid and on health care, because this matters for kids with disabilities, you say that individuals with disabilities are priority for this administration, but your actions suggest otherwise. And I was just wondering, given all this, how can you justify that claim that individuals with disabilities are priority for this administration?
Congresswoman, thanks for that question. We both share love of and desire to help all students, including and especially those with disabilities. The reality is that we had to present a budget that fell within Congress's caps. We had to cut the budget by 10% to meet that. That required making decisions that were difficult. And we propose the budget, but Congress disposes, and so you will decide what you're going to fund and what you're not going to fund. We wanted to prioritize those programs that were going to most directly help those with the most needs and the most vulnerable. Level funding for Title I, level funding for IDEA, and level funding for student English language learners.
So as I mentioned,
$13.2 billion for IDEA, and I have been before this committee before talking about the fact that Congress, when IDEA was passed, committed to funding IDEA at a much higher percentage than it is today.
So let me just say, like, the flat funding is really falling short for the families that I take care of, and really
Again,
needs
we
to
had
be
to
a
fall
priority.
within congressional parameters on the budget. So if, this is something for Congress to address and potentially change.
I'm going to reclaim some time here because there's another question I really wanted to get to, which is that I am in a district that is very geographically diverse. I have a lot of rural territory, and this concerns rural schools. And this committee recently marked up H.R. 865, the Rebuild America Schools Act, and this supports public school repairs and modernization, things like protecting from lead in the water and black mold and temperature extremes. And I'm sure that you know that your own department has estimated it would cost nearly $150 billion per year to bring schools into just good condition. And these rural schools almost always have the greatest need and yet the fewest resources. And so even this morning you said this administration, let's see here, a contrast between $100 billion for buildings versus $5 billion for students, and this administration urges the body to invest in students. I would just remind you that investing in schools where students learn is investing in students, and that wanting to put this money into, this is really another voucher scheme where you are wanting to take public dollars from public schools, especially in rural areas, and give them to private schools which don't even exist in those areas. And so I am out of time, but I just wanted to say this is really a disservice to the rural schools in my district.
Well, the Education Freedom Scholarships would actually have the potential to help many rural students through course choice, through transportation, to career and technical education centers. It would provide a lot of opportunity to create new options.
Don't exist in a lot of these areas.
That's what this would do, would be to help create some new opportunities for them.
Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Shalala.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I admire your persistence. I've sat there for hours in my previous life. Thank you for coming. I'd like to begin my questions on a topic of great importance to me and to my community, and that's the equity and IDEA rule known as significant disproportionality. The IDEA, as you know, requires states to identify school districts that have significant disproportionality for students of color with disabilities in their identification, placement, and discipline. The states have been very uneven in administering this. So in 2016, the previous administration issued a final regulation to set a long overdue compliance standard for this important statutory requirement. The regulation actually came out of a large and growing body of research, which I have read pretty carefully, that demonstrated that students of color were being over-identified for special educational services, placed in more restrictive learning environments, and punished with harsher disciplines than their white peers. Last year, you chose to delay this rule despite many of the states that were working towards implementation, and you chose to delay it for 2 years. Shortly after that delay, you were sued by the Council of Parent Attorneys and Advocates. And on March 7th, a month ago, the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia ruled in favor of the parents and students and ordered you to begin implementing this regulation immediately. Are you implementing the equity and IDEA rule, the significant proportionality rule, as required by the federal court order?
Well, Congresswoman, first let me say thank you for acknowledging the difficulty of being in this seat. But I'm concerned that every student receive the services they need. We are currently reviewing the district court order and deciding on next steps. We are moving toward implementation. But I'm also concerned about either over-identification or under-identification of students in need of special education services. So I think we share the same goal of ensuring that students' needs are met, and we are, again, reviewing the court order and moving in the direction of implementation.
Okay, moving in the direction of implementation, you've had a month to review the order. The order isn't very complicated. It's only 43 pages. I read it in 20 minutes. I could have written the guidance legislation, the guidance letter for you in a very short period of time. Is there any reason why you can't do this, send out the guidance, and put the implementation plan in place in the next month?
Well, let me just say that we feel students need to be treated as individuals and not as statistics or groups, and so we're going to continue to look at the way to implement this, look at the court's decision and ensure that we are moving in the direction of supporting students.
I understand your point about individual, but this is standard methodology to treat every student fairly. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what the rule was set up to do. It's a pretty strong rule, and it's to make sure that, as you said, that great education should not depend on where a student happens to live. To treat students of color, students with disability fairly, and that's what the rule was set out to do. It went through a rulemaking process. Every stakeholder had a chance to talk about it. So why can't you implement it, start the implementation process immediately? Why can't you send out a guidance letter right now?
Well, as you know, working in a large agency, some of these things take more than a couple of days. And so, again, we are continuing to move in the direction of implementation, and we are concerned with every single student and that they not be over-identified or under-identified.
Well, you're suggesting to me that you're not willing to follow the law. The court said immediately. And so tell me your time frame for implementing this court order.
We are in process of implementing.
Okay, what's your time frame?
Well, I will be happy to get you a more specific time frame if you'd like to.
Okay, can you get it to me in the next week?
I think we can.
Okay, but it's got to be reasonable. Look, children are suffering. As you well know, equity delayed is equity denied. And if this continues, children are suffering every day. It's very important that we have a very specific timeline for the implementation of this rule. I yield back my time.
Thank you. Gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary DeVos, thank you for being here today. I am concerned about your failure to decide and grant borrower defense applications, what Mr. Takano was talking about earlier, which are supposed to allow students who believe they were defrauded by their college to apply for loan forgiveness. As of December 31st, 2018, there were 158,110 borrower defense claims pending, and the total number of approved claims had not changed in more than a year. Zero approved or denied. I'm very concerned by this administration failure, that the administration is failing to protect our students and denying justice to those who've been defrauded. Secretary DeVos, I trust you're aware of the court order in Manriquez versus DeVos on this matter.
I am.
Okay. I'll quote from the Federal Student Aid webpage to describe the Manriquez versus DeVos decision. Quote, it prevents the department from collecting on federal student loans from covered Corinthian borrowers, end quote. Okay? So are you aware that FSA is violating that court order?
Well, Congressman, we have continued.
Are you aware that they're violating the court order?
Let me just
yes,
say.
It's a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no answer. We have completed 16,519 eligible borrowers.
I know you're reading from the same thing that you said to me. I'm going to reclaim my time.
On automatic closed school
I'm
discharge.
going to reclaim my time, Madam
Most
Secretary.
of those were
Mr. Chairman,
college students.
I would seek unanimous consent to enter into the record evidence from Nadine Stewart.
Without objection.
Nadine was a student at Everest, a Corinthian subsidiary, and she's protected by that court order from having her loans put in repayment. When she contacted the Borrower Defense Hotline, she was incorrectly informed that she had to actively request forbearance. They eventually put her in forbearance, but only after incorrectly insisting that had she not called in, her loans would not have been able to be put in forbearance. Madam Secretary, do you know how many other borrowers FSA has illegally ordered corrections on?
Congressman,
in addition
we
to her?
continue to work very diligently on the whole borrower defense claims issue. We have, as I said.
So do you know, I don't want you to read your notes again. Madam
Almost 48,000
Secretary.
that have been approved and for whom
I've heard you
relief has
read
been
that.
provided.
I've heard you read your statement before
Well,
to Mr.
Do you want
Takano.
to have the numbers or do you not?
Do you have a number or not?
I have
A number of, I asked you a question. I'm not asking you to say any number that you feel like saying. Do you know how many other students like Nadine Stewart were incorrectly collected on by the FSA? Yes or no? Do you have a number? You said you had a number.
Incorrectly collected on?
Yes.
I don't, that's not a category that I would,
I wish you would keep track of that category,
No,
Madam Secretary.
because-
That would be super for the students of this country. Reclaiming my time, on March 15th, 2019, the department issued guidance on the 2016 Borrower Defense Regulation. My concern is that the guidance does not state that the department will enforce the rule against institutions that seek to enforce pre-dispute arbitration agreements against students with borrower defense claims. We're talking about pre-dispute arbitration agreements. Under the terms of the 2016 regulation, any institution that relies on a pre-dispute arbitration agreement or class action waiver has violated the terms of its program participation agreement with the department and should immediately lose eligibility. No pre-dispute agreements are allowed. At least one school represented by a law firm that is a repeat player with the Department of Education has forced students into arbitration since the 2016 rule has gone into effect. Do you commit to revoking the eligibility of schools that rely on pre-dispute arbitration agreements, which are not allowed under the regulations?
Congressman, we are continuing to address the applications made both by students that have been part of closed schools and by those who are
So
submitting
let me ask you, did
claims.
Corinthian College use arbitration against students?
Corinthian College students are.
They did.
through
Did
a
ITT
closed school
use
relief,
arbitration against
And we have
students?
continued to address their applications. We are
Let me just ask you, did EDMC and Dream Center with brands like Art Institutes and Argosy use arbitration agreements against students? Did Vatterott, did ECA, Virginia College and Brightwood? They all did. And I'm gravely concerned, Madam Secretary, that these are just some examples of how the department under your leadership has been less concerned with protecting students than with giving cover to profit-driven actors.
Congressman, we
My
are
time's
concerned
expired.
we are concerned with not
You're
only
not showing it
protecting
by your actions, Madam
not only
Secretary. What matters is your
protecting
actions.
students, but also protecting
Mr. Chairman, my
taxpayers.
time's expired.
Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Trone.
Next month is the 65th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education. The landmark ruling that established school segregation is unconstitutional. The fact of the matter is this is an issue we've been stopped discussing, but it's a problem we've not stopped having. In 2016, GAO found that public schools have actually become more segregated by race and class than any time since 1960. Unfortunately, we're seeing this in my district. A report recently found that Montgomery County high schools are stratified by income, race, ethnicity, and that an achievement gap between high and low poverty schools has widened. Madam Secretary, do you believe that racial segregation in public schools poses a threat to the educational opportunity for children of color? Just looking for a yes or a no.
Congressman, I'm concerned about every student, no matter where they are and where they go to school. And where
I know
they
you're
come
concerned
from.
about every student, but racial segregation poses a threat for children. That's an easy one. you could go, give me a yes on that one.
Congressman, I am concerned with every single student.
Madam Secretary, we know that racial isolated schools tend to have fewer resources. Yet last summer, the administration rescinded voluntary federal guidance on student diversity, voluntary guidance put in place by the Obama administration. Part of that non-binding guidance helps school districts understand how to develop and implement voluntary integration efforts. You're familiar with the K-12 diversity guidance document, ma'am?
Congressman, we continue to be most concerned about all students and their
Are you familiar with that document?
I am not familiar with that particular document.
Okay. Rescission of that guidance has caused confusion and fear about the intent of the Trump administration. So I'd like to give you an opportunity to clarify. I want to be clear that no matter what your action is, federal law and a Supreme Court precedent still stands on the use of race in school assignment. With this understanding, are you familiar with the case of Parents Involved versus Seattle School District 1, specifically Justice Kennedy's concurrence?
I am not familiar with that particular case.
Justice Kennedy wrote, "A compelling interest exists in avoiding racial isolation, an interest that a school district, in its discretion and expertise, may choose to pursue." He then went on to state that the court's decision and Parents Involved should not prevent school districts from continuing the important work of bringing together students of different racial, ethnic, and economic backgrounds. Do you agree with Justice Kennedy's comments? Yes or
Congressman,
no?
I agree that it's valuable for every student to be in a school setting that has great diversity. I think it's valuable for every student, and it's a...
Excellent. So you support the autonomy of K-12 school districts to use constitutionally permitted race-conscious methods to achieve racial and economic integration. We need to be unequivocally clear on this for our local leaders. A yes or a no?
Well, Congressman, the Supreme Court has opined on this and given parameters around where race can be considered.
So you support the autonomy of colleges and universities to use constitutionally permitted race-conscious methods to achieve racial and economic integration, and your agency will agree not to intervene to stop these efforts?
Congressman, again, the goal should be to have diversity of every sort. And the Supreme Court has opined in this and has given very clear guidance and direction around this, and we will defer to and obey what the courts have decided.
I'll take that's close to a yes. One last thing, Secretary. We want local leaders to have the ability to improve diversity efforts in their schools, if they choose. Would you commit to working with Congress to strike Section 426 from GEPA so that local leaders have the flexibility to use racial and socioeconomic diversity efforts as a means for school improvement under ESSA?
Congressman, again, our goal is to ensure that every student has an equal opportunity to get a great education. Today, there are too many kids going to schools to which they're assigned that have no choice to go anywhere else. All students, need to have those kinds of opportunities, not just wealthy ones, not just ones who can move out of a city to...
I don't hear a no, so I think we'll work with you together on that. We're in complete agreement. In closing, I'd like to leave you the words of Justice Kennedy's concurrence. It's an American tradition to continue confronting the flaws and injustices in our systems, even if we've made progress already, because equality is that important. This is especially true when we seek assurance that opportunity is not denied on account of race. The enduring hope is that race should not matter. The reality is it too often does. Thank you, ma'am. I yield back my time.
Thank you. My colleague from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here today. Secretary DeVos, as policymakers, we hold the responsibility of consistently thinking about how what we do now impacts the future, and one of the best ways this plays out is through the cost of higher education. As you mentioned, the federal student aid loan portfolio is the largest consumer loan portfolio in America at almost $1.5 trillion. I'm particularly concerned about the 43% that you mentioned are at risk. Unlimited lending, and granting of money does not provide a true benefit if it's not coupled with accountability and responsibility. And that is by all parties, including students and institutions, lenders, and in fact the federal government as well. Market competition needs to open up more options that are straightforward for students, and innovation should be encouraged so that higher ed institutions can create options as well that actually work for students and allow them to graduate without unsurmountable debt. I worked very hard in the state legislature in Virginia to create an online bachelor's degree that lowers the cost for Virginia students. Recognizing that these goals is just the first part of the challenge that we face. Secretary DeVos, I'd ask you, what are we currently doing to ensure that students, institutions, and the private sector, in addition to the federal government, are all partners in making higher education accessible and more affordable?
Well, Congressman, we share the goal of accessibility and affordability for students, and also the concern about the continued rise in costs. I would just cite an example, a very, I think, worthy example that others should look at and emulate in Purdue University, where for the 8th straight year, tuition has been held steady, and where income share agreements have been introduced as an option for students to participate in. I think those are creative approaches that other institutions should look at closely, and there should be some robust discussion in this chamber and elsewhere about how to change up the equation so that students, first of all, students are not running up student loan debt to a point where they cannot afford to pay it off again, and where institutions have some kind of a vested interest in seeing their students succeed and complete.
As someone who's still repaying his law loans, I agree with you completely, but I made sure that when I was looking at how much it was going to cost, whether I could afford to pay it back with the degree that I was pursuing. Because a lot of times if you are pursuing a degree that is going to give you opportunities for jobs in a certain sector of the economy that's not going to enable you to pay those loans back in a reasonable amount of time, you need to reconsider whether that is the appropriate school for you, course of study for you, and plan for you. So everybody needs to take a little bit more accountability and responsibility, including the institutions, which I believe should, there should be a tie back to how much the institution is charging as it relates to how much the students can borrow. I want to make that point as well, and I appreciate your comments. Mr. Chairman, at this point, I would yield my remaining time to the ranking member, Dr. Fox.
Okay. Congressman, could I just
I'm glad to take
one comment to?
I'm glad to have it yielded to me as a ranking member right now, and I would follow up and ask the Secretary if there's some additional comments you'd like to add.
Thank you, Congressman. I was just going to add that we will be adding this fall additional information to the college scorecard that will get at exactly what you've talked about, providing students program-level data by institution so that they can compare between institutions, programs specific to institutions, and see what the cost is, what their likely earning potential is. And at a program level, this will be much more meaningful than what is currently shared, which is the average cost, or I mean, the average earning and the average cost per institution. So this will help students be better prepared and hopefully make better decisions.
If I could continue, thank you for yielding. Going back to the question coming from the representative from Pennsylvania about the inability in certain parts of her district, of schools, of individuals, having incapability of paying for this education. Could you address that a little more clearly? The fact that they're not paying for it, it's a tax credit that they will have the opportunity for.
Right, indeed, with the tax credit scholarship program, Pennsylvania would have the opportunity to participate and then formulate programs to either enhance choice programs they have there or create new ones or both. And the district that she was particularly referring to would be able to participate. Presumably, there would be opportunities to expand the options for students in that district to meet the needs specific to that district.
Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Secretary DeVos, for being here this very long day. I wanted to talk to you about students who fall victim to predatory schools and the mechanisms we have in place to help protect them, but also protect abuse of taxpayer dollars. In Nevada, where I'm from, 30 institutions have folded in the last decade alone, leaving thousands of students without a degree, broken futures, and thousands of dollars of student debt. These institutions sadly prey on some of our most vulnerable students, students I've served who are low income and students of color and often veterans. And there's students like a 22-year-old mother of two named Chelsea who went to Brightwood to get a nursing degree. She received a Pell Grant, took out a federal student loan, took out a personal loan, a private loan, not to mention the hours of childcare that she paid for. And as we know, Brightwood closed in December of 2018, leaving Chelsea 11 weeks away from becoming a nurse and $30,000 into debt. I just want to ask you, again, a quick yes/no. Do you believe, assuming that Chelsea has no viable option to complete her degree, do you believe that students like her deserve a legal avenue to have their loans discharged in these cases?
Well, Congresswoman, yes, it sounds like if she doesn't find an alternative, she would fall into the closed school discharge category and her loans would be relieved. Let me just say, though, it's really regrettable, the number of institutions that have been closing, and I would say it's due in large part to the policies of the previous administration really going after these entities and these institutions. And we're seeing closures not only by those in
Well, this was actually an institution that was closed by ACIC, believe it or not. So, but students who have been defrauded, as you say, do have a legal right through the borrower defensive repayment rule. Right now, you are under a court order to implement this regulation, which not only helps get these students the timely discharge of their loans, but also requires the department to collect information on these institutions that is a predictor of their financial distress. You're then required to use that information to determine, identify these risky schools, and then require them to get a letter of credit that protects taxpayers from their risky behavior. And my question to you, again, is a yes/no. Are you currently collecting this information that allows you to determine if these schools are at risk of going under?
Well, we are implementing the 2016 rule per the judge's order, but at the same time, we are also working on amending that rule so that it is better reflective of the policies that we believe are more balanced between student and taxpayer concerns, because we do not agree with the previous administration.
Excuse me, it's a court order.
Yes, and we are
So you can't
yes.
amend a court order. I mean,
No,
this was
no,
a
no,
court
no.
order
We're
that it was
implementing-
very clearly, October 2018, very clearly said you must immediately begin collecting this information. So just a yes/no, I
And yes,
assume
we
you
have.
are.
I just
Okay.
wanted to say we're continuing to work on revising the rule in general.
Okay, well, since you are collecting this information, which is great news, I'd like to, it means you must have sent a letter of guidance to institutions requesting certain information. And my request of you is, have you sent this letter? And if so, can we receive a copy of it plus a list of the institutions that you have requested this information from?
If you would submit a specific question for the record around what specific information you want, we will be happy to get back.
I'm submitting it right now.
Okay.
The request for the record is, I would like you to give us the letter that you sent to institutions across the country requesting this information. I don't know what information you requested. If we could have that letter and the institutions you sent it to within the next 2 weeks, that would be fabulous.
I'll be happy to provide.
Thank you. That's all I really have. I think that I want to thank you for being here. I mean, clearly, you know that a lot is at stake. This borrower defense not only was here to protect students, but it also allows us to protect taxpayer dollars. And so based on your response today, I'm glad you're implementing that and collecting that information. We look forward to it, and I don't have any time to yield. Thank you.
The gentlelady from North Carolina, Dr. Fox. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Secretary DeVos, thank you for your testimony. Over the last many years, we've had very heated debates and important debates about things like teacher pay. Many of us believe they deserve a raise, credentialing in the 1980s and 90s, and whether students are college ready or substantively prepared to go on to college. And a lot of that debate has centered around testing in states. But there are important things that happen inside the school but outside the classroom. And in many states like mine, Texas, the ratio of counselors to students is 300 to 1, 400 to 1, or even more. So my question to you is, what is your department doing to make sure that not only are we substantively preparing students to go to college, but actually building an infrastructure to help guide them there?
Well, Congressman, the federal department has a limited role in that regard. States and communities have a much greater role. And we continue to see that in spite of the fact that the federal government has been involved with investing billions of dollars over the last 50 years, we've seen no real difference or improvement in outcomes for the students that we purported to help the most. So we will continue to work with and encourage and support states in their roles of supporting students.
Well, I guess I'm asking you, what is the department doing now? A very specific question. What are you doing now to help guide students to college? If the answer is nothing, then it's nothing.
To help guide students to college?
To college or their careers, sure.
We're continuing to support the programs as authorized by Congress.
Which programs are you speaking about?
That will help students. The preparation programs that you've committed Title I funding dollars for, IDEA dollars, English language learners, in addition to a host of other programs. The budget for the department is this year $64 billion proposed. And so there is a lot of investment in education, and yet we still have not seen the kinds of changes for students or the kinds of outcomes that one would expect after 50 years of trying to engineer these things from the federal level. Our administration continues to.
Well, here, let me reclaim my time for a second. But it sounds as though you've given up on the idea that the federal government can be helpful. Is that the case?
Not at all. That's why we propose a pivot to something different through the Education Freedom Scholarship proposal, to allow states and local communities to craft programs that are going to give students that need the most help the access to choices that they need to make.
Well, and I understand that, and that's a matter of money, right? That's making sure that financial aid is available to somebody. I'm asking you a slightly different.
It's a matter of providing different opportunities and choices.
Right, but it's still about it's making sure that financial resources are available to someone. I'm asking you a different question, which is the infrastructure of having counselors or college advisors or people who are helping guide students. Many of these folks have parents that never went to college. These processes, like applying for financial aid and admissions, are not always intuitive processes. And so what is your department doing to build that infrastructure or improve upon it? Or are you leaving it all to the states?
We believe that states and communities have the biggest role to play. They're the ones closest to families. They're the ones closest to students. And we, in fact, believe that empowering students to find the right fit for them, for their education, is highly important. Those who are wealthy and powerful have those choices and opportunities today. We believe all students should have those opportunities.
Well, thank you for your response. I would just hope that y'all would really think about what your department can do to be helpful to students, many of whom are first-time or could be first-time college students in their families and are struggling to figure out the whole process of applying for admissions and financial aid. Thank you, Secretary.
Would yield time to the chair?
Of course.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, you heard the previous question about school infrastructure, that we're hundreds of billions of dollars in need, no heat, insufficient, no air conditioning. Is that a problem? And if so, what is your plan?
Well, Chairman, as I said in my opening statement, we believe that after billions and billions of dollars invested at the federal level trying to engineer improvement in student outcomes and achievement, that we need to pivot and try something different and empower students at the most local level to make different choices.
Well, I understand
and
you to say.
decisions.
Did I understand you to
And-
say that you do not have a plan for infrastructure?
We know that
Crumbling
there.
schools.
We know that there are schools today that have been empty for years. We know that there are schools that are underutilized. It's not about buildings. It's about helping support students to find
And
their,
so in those
their
areas,
path and their
in
fit.
those areas where there are crumbling schools, do you see that as a problem?
Those
And
are
if
state and
so-
local issues to really deal with. We know that the states and communities really are investing in over 90% of the funding to education, and so
I think-
that is
thank you.
really
I
their
think
issue
we've gotten
to
your
deal with.
response that you have no plan for crumbling infrastructure. Gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, I'd like to ask you about the public service loan forgiveness programs. Is it true that Congress set the terms and conditions borrowers must meet to receive PSLF?
Yes, that is the case.
Is it true that the previous administration had 8 years to issue clarifying guidance to students and contractors about PSLF?
Correct.
Furthermore, is it true that the previous administration had 8 years in which to spread the word about the requirements of PSLF?
That is correct.
During your tenure at the department, Congress has made available hundreds of millions of dollars to temporarily expand PSLF to those borrowers in the wrong repayment plan. Can you confirm you did not set those terms and conditions, but that Congress determined those qualifications?
That would be correct.
Now that we've clarified who exactly is and was responsible for the PSLF program, I'd like to hear from you about the work your department has done to make borrowers aware of the program and help them navigate the application process. Could you update us on this work?
We are continuing to look at and deal with applications for public service loan forgiveness. As you have identified, Congress set up a difficult program, difficult to qualify for. And to date, we have had 49,000, nearly 50,000 applications, 32,000 of which do not meet the program requirements, and almost 12,000 of them had missing information. So we are communicating with them, letting them know that information is missing. But as you've identified, Congress set up a program that's hard to qualify for. And we are continuing to address every application. And for those who do qualify, we are proceeding with their loan forgiveness. And as you well know, this our budget proposes actually phasing out public service loan forgiveness, because we don't think that one type of a job, one type of role should be incentivized over another. And Congresswoman, you have used the example yourself of a nurse that goes to work in a not-for-profit hospital has the chance of qualifying if they jump through the right hoops for the public service loan forgiveness. Well, a nurse that goes to work in a hospital that happens to be organized as a for-profit doing the same kind of work, a public service, does not qualify. And so we continue to believe that that we should be equally incentivizing all students to pursue the direction that's right for them and not favoring one kind of a role or job over another.
Well, I think our colleagues have pointed out lots of places that we'd like to spend more money, and I think the PSLF program, which is projected to cost $24 billion over the next 10 years, I think we probably could have found better places to have used that money. Madam Secretary, let's talk a little bit about NEGREG, and let's see if we can get that straightened out a little bit. You've done a fantastic job today of trying to educate our members on the facts of things, and I appreciate what you've done on that. But let's talk a little bit about NEGREG and see if we can do a little more educating. Is it accurate that the NEGREG process was established by Congress?
That is correct.
Correct. Okay. So the panel included, isn't it true, that the panel included both a student representative, a state representative, and a consumer advocate, each with their own vote?
Correct.
Okay. It's my understanding also that a state attorney general did get a chance to weigh in through participation in a subcommittee. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Great. So the whole purpose of NEGREG is to ensure the voices of the stakeholders are at the table. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's how Congress wrote it into the law. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, Mr. Chairman, the Secretary was skewered on this issue a little bit ago on NEGREG, and I want to make it clear that if anybody wants to skewer anybody on the NEGREG process, it ought to be us, because we set it up and not the Secretary. And with that, I will yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Strahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. Funding accessible, high-quality public education is an investment in our children, our economy, and our future. Yet we hear so many heart-wrenching stories in higher education where students and families from communities like the one I grew up in are cheated of their dreams. There are giant for-profits pouring money and resources into ads and recruitment, but collapsing without notice on tens of thousands of students, leaving them in debt with useless college credits. From my own state of Massachusetts, 24 colleges have shut their doors in the last 4 years, and 22 of them were for-profits. So we have an epidemic of schools failing to create contingency plans, wasting taxpayer dollars without answering to anyone on their financial viability. So it's apparent to me now, more than ever, that we need protections in place and watchdogs to hold these institutions accountable. Under the last administration, the enforcement unit was created to investigate abuses and protect students from getting ripped off. Secretary DeVos, at the start of your time at the Education Department, the enforcement unit was adequately staffed with lawyers and investigators looking into misleading advertising, recruitment practices, and job placement claims. But according to the last update that your staff submitted to this Congress, there are only 2 full-time investigators overseeing thousands of schools and $130 billion in taxpayer dollars. So why the dramatic cut? And what specific enforcement actions has this unit of 2 taken to protect our kids?
Well, Congresswoman, enforcement was a part of the department, a part of federal student aid before a separate unit was set up. Yep. It continues to be a very important part of the focus of federal student aid. We take that very seriously and continue to do so. We are adequately staffed.
So how many people are in charge of enforcement?
I don't have that number here. I'd be happy to get that to you if you desire.
I would love that. You know, I don't have to tell you how valuable the data is in terms of identifying patterns or indicators for failing schools. And one thing that would be helpful is if the data that's been collected is something that you can provide to this committee. So we've heard plenty today about how we're scrambling to take care of students when these schools shut down, but nothing about preventing these closures from happening in the first place. Is that something you can deliver to this committee?
I don't, if you have specific data, you can.
Or the data that's being collected from the enforcement unit.
All of the data that's being collected?
In terms of what is being enforced. I mean, there's a unit of 2 people who are enforcing.
There are more than 2 people involved in enforcement. Well, if you would like to submit a question for the record that clarifies what information you are seeking, we'll be happy to respond.
I would like to know the specific enforcement actions by the unit of 2 that was set forth in the GAO report that was last submitted to this Congress. Yes?
Okay.
Great. Let me ask another question. The Gainful Employment Rule is a critical consumer protection tool that protects students from low-quality career training programs and for-profit colleges. Secretary DeVos, did you or anyone from your department ask Social Security or IRS officials directly or indirectly to prevent or delay the development of an MOU for gainful employment purposes?
Congresswoman, we have continued to work on the gainful employment regulation. It's one with which we did not agree, that policy with the previous
That's fair. The question, though, is simple, and I hate to do this, but it is a yes or no. Did you or anybody in your department talk to, directly or indirectly, the SSA or the IRS about delaying an MOU for gainful employment purposes?
I'm not aware of that conversation, no.
Okay, you know, it's... the department is hidden behind this SSA legal decision as rationale for not implementing gainful employment rule, even though we've done so for so many years. Can you share with this committee a copy of that legal opinion from SSA?
Again, if you want to submit that as a question for the record, I would be happy to respond.
I'll submit it in writing. You know, I press upon it because this legal opinion directly impacts your ability to protect our college students, which is something we so clearly need today. Madam Secretary, we've covered a lot of ground today, but given the irresponsible cuts to programs with a proven track record, the weak enforcement of predatory institutions, and your top hires hailing from the for-profit industry, not to mention the discriminatory policies you've leveled against LGBTQ students, victims of sexual assault, and students of color, it's clear to me that you and your department are either out of touch with people like me who relied on public education and was the first to graduate from college in my family, or you're knowingly putting special interests ahead of our students. I do not believe in this budget. It reveals that you and your department are not equipped to set the educational priorities for this country. Thank you. I yield back.
If I could just comment, Mr. Chairman. Congresswoman, you've mischaracterized a number of things, and I just want to call that to your attention and just say that the budget that was submitted, those were proposals, as you know, and you and your colleagues will decide. And so I wanted to make sure to mention both of those things.
I appreciate that, but budgets are a reflection of our priorities.
And we had to stay within Congress's bounds, so we had to submit a budget that was 10% lower than last year's.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I know personally that students, teachers, parents are waiting to hear from you, so I want to move this right along. So I'm going to let you know that my questions today will be singularly focused on using federal funds to arm teachers, not about the Freedom Scholarship, not about professional development choice, not about career training. So on May 21st, 2018, the superintendent of the Porter, Oklahoma Consolidated School District, Charles McMahon, wrote to President Trump saying, and I quote, "We have implemented an armed staff policy at my school and was wondering if there is any money or grants that can help. It would be great if there was some money for schools that arm and train their staff," end quote. According to records received through a FOIA request by Democracy Forward, this letter was quickly transferred to the Department of Education for a response and became the subject of several emails and senior staff meetings. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter these documents.
Without objection.
Madam Secretary, did the Department of Education provide a response, either orally or in writing, to Superintendent McMahon's request to use federal funds to arm teachers? Yes or no?
Well, Congresswoman, it's not a yes or no answer. First
Did
of
you
all,
respond?
let me
Is
just
all
say,
I'm sorry.
I have
No,
never
I'm not going to let you do that.
I have
saw
never
you-
advocated
I saw
for
you. I didn't ask. That's
or
not the
against,
question. Madam
Title
Secretary,
IV.
my question is, did you respond? And I know you know how to answer a yes or no question because I just saw you answer it for my colleague,
But
Ms.
it's not
Fox.
a yes or no
I
answer
just like the
because-
same courtesy. My question is, did you respond? That's it. Just did you respond? Not what your response was. Did you respond? Just did you respond?
Probably ultimately, yes.
Yes. Okay, so there's a limited universe of how you could have responded to this request. Either, yes, you can use federal funds to arm teachers, yes, you can use federal funds to train teachers, or no, you cannot use federal funds to do any of these things. Do you know how your office?
Title IV was set up for states to decide how to use the funds.
I'm not there yet.
It was set up for states to decide.
You're jumping
not for
way
the
ahead.
Department of Education.
So the Department of Education can't decide how Title I funds are used?
Title IV funds are to be
Title
decided.
IV, I'm sorry.
Are to be decided by the states. That's how Congress set it up, and that's how we have totally respected that particular setup.
So your position is that Title IV funds, it is not up to you to decide how they can be used?
We have not advocated for nor against, and have.
Is there do you feel like you can, though?
No. Okay. Congress set this up.
Okay, thank you.
The Department of Education did not.
So in August of 2018, it was reported by the New York Times and other outlets that the department was considering the use of federal funds to arm teachers. In all of your previous statements, and even just now, you have maintained that you lack the authority to approve or deny requests to purchase firearms for school staff and taxpayer money and using taxpayer funds under Title IV-A.
That is correct.
That is
because
correct.
It's state
Thank
decisions.
you. Mr. Chair, in the documents I've just submitted, there are emails from staff at your department that discuss a decision memo on 4A. Are you familiar with that decision memo?
Not with whatever memo you're citing.
Okay, so I'll tell you what it says. On page 4 of the memo that came out of your department with the advice of your general counsel, it says, the department's office of the general counsel has advised that the secretary has discretion to interpret the broad language of the statute as to its permissiveness regarding the purchase of firearms and the training and use of firearms. It continues on page 7 to say, it is therefore reasonable for the secretary to disallow this particular use of funds absent specific congressional authorization. And it is unlikely that this interpretation would be subject to a successful legal challenge. That is from your department based on advice from your legal counsel. In light of the
And as I've
contents
said,
of this
I've neither
memo,
advocated for nor against.
in light of the contents, no, you're absolutely right. You have not advocated for or against. But in light of the contents of this memo, you have the ability to make a decision. Your silence is a decision. You have the authority to say that we cannot use federal funds to arm teachers. You are in line for
states and local
presidential
communities.
succession. Make a decision on this. You have the authority to do it. Will you prohibit the use of federal funds to arm teachers? Yes or no, Madam Secretary?
This is a matter for
Yes or no?
states and local communities
You
to
have the
decide
authority
upon.
to do it. Read your memo.
Congress has the authority to make that decision.
You have the authority, if you so choose. Read the memo.
Does the gentlelady offer those documents for the
I
record?
do. I would like to submit these documents for the record so that the secretary has the opportunity to read the memo that came from her office.
Without objection. The gentleman from California, Mr. Desaulniers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and the ranking member and the secretary. You're almost through, Madam Secretary. I also want to acknowledge my friend, the ranking member, and occasionally when we disagree, we do it in the spirit of friendship. So I want to talk about public service loan forgiveness. This is the GAO report on this. The Congress appropriated $2.3 million for 2018 and 2019 to help with the problems that the ranking member alluded to in her comments. Now, this is in the context with, I respectfully disagree with her, that this program, the first cohort that qualified for this program, came about when your administration took place. So Congress authorized this act. It's a statute, and as you've recognized in your testimony, Congress does have a role in governing the Department of Education. This is a federal law. You indicated in your comments when the ranking member was questioning you about this that, and I'm inferring here, that you didn't think it was the best thing to decide what professions people go into. With all due respect, I don't read the statute as giving you that subjectivity. It's the statute. If you want to change the statute, you should get a member to introduce something that eliminates it. So first question is, how have you expended this $2.3 million, and how do you plan to expend it? Because Congress gave it to you to help with the outreach. given that only 1% of people who apply for this qualify. And I'll say this in the context of my interest is personal, because our district office in Northern California has had multiple people who were told by the service provider that they qualify. They made a decision. For 10 years, they went into public service. The law is what it is, and now they're being told that they don't qualify. You can imagine if you're living paycheck to paycheck and you made this career choice, I would imagine that that would be difficult. So if we're going to change the law, we should do it constitutionally as prescribed. So the question is, how have you spent the money?
Well, Congressman, first let me say I acknowledge it's not the Department of Education's role to change the law. It's your role to do so if that is to happen. That's why it's part of our budget proposal. But with regard to the actual implementation of and processing of applications, we are continuing to do so diligently. As I said before, this is a very...
Pardon me, reclaiming my time, Madam Secretary,
But
and I don't want to be disrespectful.
difficult-
I had a specific question. How are you spending the money? So if you could help me with specificity. And I asked this question in the spirit of, I'd like to fix the problem, and I'd be happy to work with you on it, given that the statute is the statute. People are suffering. They have been misled. So how do we help you administer the law properly? That's the spirit I asked the question. How are you spending the money?
The program is a very difficult one to qualify for. 10 years before you even are considered, and 120 consecutive payments. If someone makes a
Madam
payment...
Secretary,
Can
no.
I just tell you one of the problems
No,
here?
you cannot.
Well,
because
if
I
you
had a
want to know the
specific
problem,
question.
I have to be able to tell you.
Pardon, yes, but I want to be clear as to what I'm asking. So I have two simple questions. How are you spending the money that Congress appropriated for you in this fiscal year to help with communication? It was to get the service provider to help today if somebody calls. I acknowledge that you think it's complicated. So how did you spend it, number one? And number two, so I don't have to interrupt you again, if you could just answer the questions, I would be satisfied. My mother taught me not to be rude, and I'm not trying to be rude. Second question is, are you going to implement the 4 recommendations in the GAO report, and do you have a timeline to do it as suggested by the GAO? 2 questions. What are you doing with the money to help facilitate communication with the servers, and when are you going to implement the GAO recommendations?
For the $2.3 million, we will answer on a question for the record in detail. I don't have all of those details here with me.
That would be
so I'll
good.
be happy to provide those. But with regard to the program itself, the temporary program was a great step by Congress. However, it still doesn't take care of the fact that it's a very difficult program to qualify for. And if a student pays their loan a year in advance, that is not looked at as 12 payments. That is 1 payment. So 120 consecutive payments doesn't quite add up then over 10 years.
Are you using the money so that the service provider can communicate this to the
Yes, of
applicants?
course.
Okay, that's what the question was. To the degree that you could provide that to the committee in specificity, that would be appreciated. Second part is, when are you going to implement the General Accounting Office's recommendations?
We have implemented all of them to my knowledge.
That's not what the GAO says. So can we get that straight, please? And with that, seriously, my office would like to work with your office. Your acknowledgement that
welcome that
statute is the statute. People are suffering right now in terms of what we're telling them. And rather than bait and switch, we should help them as much as possible. I'm sure you agree. And then if we need to change the statute, we're more than willing to work with you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. I think this is the final questioner, gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
Gentlelady from Michigan addresses the Secretary of Education. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about our home state of Michigan, where decades of disinvestment in our schools has had an impact on our students. From 1995 to 2015, Michigan ranked last in total education revenue growth. And not surprisingly, since 2003, Michigan ranks last in proficiency growth. And your budget proposal for the Department of Education requests an $8.5 billion decrease in spending and eliminates 29 programs. Do you mind explaining how disinvestment of this scale will serve our country's students when it's failed in Michigan?
Well, Congresswoman, we had to submit a budget that did reduce our overall spending by 10% because of Congress's requirements to hit those caps. So we were following Congress's mandate in that regard, and we had to make difficult choices around what areas to propose cutbacks in. These are all proposals, and you will all decide what you're going to spend. So we submit them to you as proposals, acknowledging that we tried to hold harmless those programs that are going to most benefit and most reach students who are most vulnerable and most in need of the assistance.
Yeah. And we certainly don't like to make determinations around which programs are successful versus which ones aren't just because of legacy considerations. I was particularly inspired by my colleague, Congressman Harder's questioning and around literacy, which is certainly a pervasive issue in Michigan. And, you know, we don't cut fire departments or police departments just because crime is going up. You know, we figure out a way to double down and work together. And my district, home to wonderful communities. I'm a product of our public school system. I graduated from Seaholm High School. I don't know if you've ever had a chance to visit Seaholm.
I have not, but I've had friends that graduated from Seaholm.
Excellent. Well, you know, one of the things in Michigan is we have, you know, the per pupil funding standards. And, you know, it strikes me that just because you're a resident of Birmingham, Michigan, and, you know, able to send your children to Seaholm, it shouldn't mean that if you're a resident of Detroit, per se, that you shouldn't have the same opportunity. You should be able to send your student to the same quality school. Is that what you would agree with?
Well, I think every student should be able to find a school that works for them, yes.
Right. And so your budget proposes to eliminate billions of dollars in K through 12 programs, from professional development for teachers and principals to after-school programming to mental health services, and one of my personal favorites, STEM education. And obviously, we've heard you talk about some of the hard decisions that you have had to make, yet somehow you found $60 million for an increase in the federal charter school program. And I just really wonder if charter schools are the answer here, whereas it really should be the Title I funding. So a recent report by the Network for Public Education found that more than $1 billion in charter school program funds have gone to support charter schools that have either, you know, they've never opened, or, you know, they've closed, they've kind of abandoned some of the children and families. And since 2010, 25 schools in Michigan that have received $1.7 million in charter school funding just never even opened. And the Inspector General found waste, fraud, abuse due to the frequency of school closures in the charter school program. Can you just explain for me the mark of effective programs here, and can you justify the proposed increase for the charter school program and on what measures or studies that you've been using?
Well, let me first comment to the study you're referring to. I'm not sure we can even call it a study. We're looking more closely at it, of course, and anything that is truly waste, fraud, or abuse, we will certainly address. But the reality is that that study was really funded by and promoted by those who have a political agenda against charter schools. And the other reality is that there are currently over 1 million students on wait lists for charter schools in the country. So we want to see more charter schools, not fewer. More students that can access options that are right for them, not fewer.
At the expense of public education funding?
Charter schools are public schools.
I'd just say, with the remaining seconds that I have left, that roughly 20% of my district is under the age of 18, and those individuals are counting on us. And we are here to have some tough discussions about how we can improve the lives of our students and educational outcomes. And I very much appreciate that the title of this hearing, Examining the Policies and Priorities of the U.S. Department of Education, revealed some of your priorities to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have come to the end of the hearing, and I want to remind my colleagues that pursuant to committee practice, materials for submission for the record must be submitted in proper form within the next 14 days. I want to remind the secretary that she will be receiving questions for the record, and the hearing record will be held open for 14 days to receive your responses. And pursuant to committee practice, witness questions for the record must be submitted to committee staff within the next 7 days. I now recognize the ranking member, Dr. Fox, for your closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, thank you for your participation in this hearing. It's clear to us on the Republican side of the aisle that you're committed to implementing the laws as Congress wrote them. It's also clear to us you're doing everything in your power to help students and families understand and pursue the education opportunities they choose so they may realize the American dream. And for that, we and the American people are grateful for your tireless efforts. In the higher ed accountability hearing, Representative Adams gave us all a definition of bipartisanship. This hearing could use a working definition of accountability, since that's the entire premise behind having a cabinet official testify. Accountability is asking an agency official a tough question and listening for the answer before deciding they're wrong. It's not grilling the witness and talking over them the moment you don't hear what you wanted to hear. My Democrat colleagues have tried for the better part of 4 hours to twist your words out of context. After doing so, they did not allow you to respond and instead filled the time with what they wanted to hear. Chairman Scott, the gentleman that he is, has tried to correct this on a few occasions this afternoon, and I thank him for that courtesy. This is a gotcha hearing, not an honest attempt to learn how the government can better serve students. The arrogance exhibited in this committee today has been breathtaking. Indeed, rarely have I heard so many people tell you how to do your job and say they know how to do it better than you do. In your opening comments, you reminded us of Congress's commitment when the Department of Education was created 40 years ago. You reminded us that at that time, Congress vowed that it would, quote, not increase the authority of the federal government over education or diminish the responsibility for education, which is reserved from the states. I promise you I am going to start quoting that a lot, and I thank you for bringing it to our attention. I have to tell you, a lot of the things I'm hearing my Democrat colleagues try to get you to commit to doing sounds a little bit of a setup. They want you to commit to doing what we all agreed decades ago was not the mission of the Department of Education. And they argue that you're not doing your job because you haven't overstepped your authority or don't agree with their priorities. Madam Secretary, you said today that if a school does not serve the best interest of students, it should not continue to operate. I could not agree with you more. This is especially important when it comes to overseeing institutions of higher education. Republicans are equally committed to holding all institutions accountable for the educational outcomes of their students. I look forward to working with you to reform the HEA to make sure all students at all institutions get the service they deserve. And when we bring out some other statistics that haven't been brought out, I think we will see the need to hold all institutions accountable. You have a number of tools at your disposal to come down on bad actors. As I said, any institution that does not serve students should not continue to exist, and you said as much earlier in the hearing. I want to thank you for your commitment to implement policies in the best interests of students and taxpayers. You should know, as I hope you already know, that Republicans look forward to standing with you to protect students' access to educational opportunities to make a better life for themselves. And I'd welcome our Democrat colleagues to make the same commitment. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Madam Secretary, I want to thank you for being with us today. You will be receiving, as I indicated, questions for the record to clarify some of the things that came up. One of the areas you can expect questions would be the reinstatement of ACICS. We'd asked you questions about this before, particularly in light of the fact that there seem to be, they seem not to qualify under the rules for reinstatement. And also questions about the subsequent firing and reinstatement of the Inspector General, which appeared to be part of that same process. You were asked about the Obama guidance that was rescinded under your administration on racial diversity, K through 12 and higher education, and you seem to be a little unclear on that. We'll be following through to see what you're doing on that, particularly in light of the GAO report. There are 2 court orders that are pending, one on the equity and idea rule. The court has ordered that that be implemented immediately. Another on borrower's defense, where there's a court order. And that there are over 100,000 students waiting for relief. There's a question on the waivers and what information is being published. It appears to me that what is being published is the fact of the waiver, not the application to see what was being waived or the rationale for the decision. And so we'll be following up on that. And ESSA implementation, you indicated that you're following the rules, but we're informed that several states are failing to disaggregate data by race, which would make it impossible. If they're not providing that information, you can't ascertain whether there are achievement gaps or if anything is being done. We'll be following through on that. And finally, the tax credit program, where you said it's a contribution. These with 100% tax credit, it's not a contribution because it's 100% reimbursed as a tax credit. We've also indicated if you could find $5 billion in the tax expenditure, at the same time we're cutting the education budget $8 billion. You frequently referred to the fact that the budget is being cut 10%. We're required to cut 10%, but in fact the budget was cut 12%, which meant that maybe some of those literacy programs and others would not have to be cut. But you'll be getting those questions, and we can clarify those answers. But I want to express my appreciation for you being here. We apologize for the time taken to go vote. That extended the time a little bit. But I want to thank the ranking member for being here the whole time, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being with us and allocating time so that everybody could ask questions.
Thank you,
With that, is there any further business before the committee? If not, the committee stands adjourned.